that way, but we have that on our agenda to talk about this afternoon. So, is it working?
I think so.
What's the document ready? Are we super loud? I think I tried. I got some that and the cookies. Oh, good. I figured we put each. No, I work over. Both in the Western Water, but he's over in the NOAA building. I'm on campus. On the lighthouse too? Okay. Yeah. Even all her stuff.
I can make it bigger.
Gotcha. I think. All right, you guys, let's get started. Talk to her in detail like that, but she seems really that's going to require everyone to finish up your conversations, please. Thank you very much. I appreciate your cooperation. We're always collaborating and sharing ideas. Developing positive working relationships. Yes, that's what lunch was for.
And we're ruining it. We're ruining it.
Now it's back to the grindstone. Sorry. I'm glad you've done that. Exchange business cards. Propose things. Follow the monthly ways to do things. So over the lunch, your leaders were hard at work figuring out how to organize this afternoon. We came up with some stuff. Running on fumes here, people. Yes. So we figured that one of the things that we kept hearing that we all know is true, that we think would be a good sort of theme for our research agenda is planning to implementation. And so within that space of what does a research agenda look like for planning to implementation, we thought that we would discuss, at least in the beginning, these three components, and probably this after our afternoon break. But basically, this was supposed to be number one, which is what are the components of a research agenda. So in other words, as I was saying, I think this approach that a bunch of us have used and that we talked about earlier of identifying, social ecological vulnerability, adaptive capacity, barriers, opportunities. I said, be careful not to take a picture of that, like. That's always what I look like in this picture. Is part of that. And then there's components of that. And I think the reason I wanted to keep up the whiteboard stuff is because I think a lot of this is on here. We just need to organize it. So what are the components of that? What's the process for implementing this agenda, from planning this agenda to implementing this agenda? That includes meaningful outcomes that are functional to managers. So again, it's kind of that two-pronged approach of what's our process as a group, and then what's the process for integrating with the managers. Betsy just asked how what's our plan for sort of taking this out to the managers and taking it out to the region. And I think our philosophy so far has actually been even kind of a step before that, which is how do we actually integrate them early in the development of this, so that we're not doing something over here and they're over here, and then we're like, oh, crap. And then third, Dennis phrased it as discuss the opportunity space for this process, and largely we're talking about funding opportunities. But with that, we're also talking about proposal topics and possible subgroups of this group. Bill Travis made a proposal to have a risk framing group. Is that what you would call it, risk framing or risk management? Or risk framing and management? Risk business. Risky business.
Mental language. That's my favorite thing for this meeting. Mental language.
Risky business that causes anguish. And then I think this will be our sort of afternoon of, you know, what are some of the products, what are next steps, et cetera, et cetera. So, you, Nina, yeah, instead of erasing all the whiteboard, because like I said, I think we're going to be referring to it throughout this discussion, I was going to have, yeah, I think that would be good, because we're going to start with component number one. Well, except that has the, I want that open because, oh, yeah. Cover up the weed universe. Actually, you can cover up the parking lot because that's less important than the goals. So this is our number one, which is research agenda. You can't even spell anymore. Agenda.
A-G-E-N-D-A.
Thank you.
Use spell check. Yeah.
For
something about trying to write on a board that makes it difficult. Yeah, it makes it difficult to spell.
assessing.
15 years of higher education classes, teaching. Yeah, 15 years in junior tech.
And then that one's process. That one's number 2. And then we'll have a third for opportunity. Okay. Mary? I trust you. Could you just do opportunity on that one and set that up somewhere? Can write on it. So this is, we talked a lot about these different areas of research that would fall under this. So how do we, what do we need to understand and what do we need to assess to get at this kind of assessing successful or unsuccessful planning to implementation? Does that make sense to everybody? You're all kind of looking
still lunch is still kind of.
So what are the components of a research agenda that would help us to assess and understand what we've all identified as this big gap? So remember the adaptation planning phase or adaptation process that I put up there, and it's the identify risks and vulnerabilities, identify strategies and do planning, implementation, monitor and evaluation, revise, revisit, etc.
And you used the word describe or understanding, and then but it's not up there, and so that I think partly was meant to help remind me that we're not just talking about assessment.
Okay, understanding and assessing. Spoken like a true social scientist. Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the correlates outside of adaptation that have the same dimensions of knowledge and action.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It's building on existing literature and research to understand. You were talking about this, that in our lunch break, that there's a lot of research out there on this problem of planning to implementation.
Yes.
Within agency space especially. And so we can draw on that, except we need to put it in the climate context specifically.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. Like one of my papers, it went to some reviewer that was a political scientist.
Yeah.
And there's this whole literature you're ignoring, and this
Right.
has already been known for hundreds of years, and so on. So just in that one, we shouldn't reinvent that wheel.
Yeah.
I can think of
literature. I'm just wondering if that literature talks about what success means. What do they?
So indicators for success.
around the problem that much. Admiring what I could find.
There are lots of problems.
Well, no, there's lots of characterization of the problem
Oh, there you go.
in different ways.
Yeah, but that gives us like some sort of indicators, like, so what does successful implementation look like? Like, what would you look at to figure out whether
you've
it
done
was
it, yeah.
going well or not?
The
What are those
evaluation
pieces?
literature might be useful.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what evaluation literature does, yeah,
For what the characteristics.
yeah. But I would,
Just so you guys know, if I ever write CX, that's climate, and if I write WX, that's weather.
Well, you jargony person.
but I think there might be a real contribution to be made in terms of adding to that literature, because I agree the evaluation literature and the implementation literature are both really good places to start, but I think that there might be less of that done in the climate context, and that maybe that's something this group would make a real contribution.
And this, I mean, then scientology
Right.
stuff, and so then bringing all of that together for what that means in the climate space. Like, what are the characteristics of the climate adaptation space that are the same and what are different from those, and then that will help us to identify where the actual intellectual gaps are, regardless of the.
And then maybe in the agency perspective too.
Yeah.
In terms of the Park Service, what would you consider to be a successful implementation? Or a different agency? They might have different ideas.
I think one of the, if you think about how agencies function, a lot of them use like adaptive management and all of these, different processes where implementation isn't necessarily the goal. It's, the best laid plans happen, and then we react to what happens after we do something. Adaptive management assumes that you're going to change whatever you did, on day 2 after day 1.
But how much is adaptive management actually applied in practice, versus just in an ideal?
So,
Well, what I'm saying is that it might not just be indicators of success, it might be the processes that are currently for the implementation.
I guess if you're saying if you believe in adaptive planning, then your evaluation needs to somehow account for the idea that as you're moving from planning to implementation, that movement needs to, presumably would be adaptive in nature, or at least dynamic.
You might be successful in implementing your process, and successful in terms of what the results of that process are.
Right.
Did you protect the fish?
Right, yeah, they're two different things. They're two different questions. Were you successful in implementing your plan? We went out and did A, B, C, D, because that's what our plan said. Now, whether or not A, B, C, D resulted in a positive or negative impact are two different questions. Measuring the success of the plan in terms of.
I feel like that's down here, because that is, in my mind, that's kind of this indicators for success, which sort of comes sequentially in my mind, at least after, before you even can get into adaptive capacities, barriers, opportunities, you have to really understand social ecological systems vulnerability, and I think we have a very patchy understanding of that in the basin. We have some, we've done some work through Cody's work, through the Great Plains assessment, through Lisa's work, through my work, Betsy's work, so we have stuff out there, but I feel like it's less so focused in a regional perspective and less so focused on federal land managers. Right? Would you guys agree with that?
Not sure.
I can. So, that's the first time I've thought about this. I feel like, so as I mentioned earlier, we've got, one of the things I've been trying to do is just sort of take stock. We did it through the National Climate Assessment. I'm continuing to do it through the North Central Climate Science Center region, is look within our region at what work has been done using this approach to understand social ecological system vulnerability. So not just ecosystem vulnerability, but social ecological. And there are pockets where that's been done across places and time and sectors.
You're talking specifically North Central.
We're always in this meeting. meeting. We're almost always talking specific to the North Central. Yeah. So, but I feel like there's still a lot of work to be done to assist, get a baseline understanding of social ecological systems vulnerability in the basin. For example, when we were writing a proposal for vulnerability in the Missouri Basin, we were making statements in the proposal about working with the most vulnerable populations in the most vulnerable places, and I said, Jeff, we don't actually know what those are right now. We have some ideas. There have been some kind of high-level assessments done, so those of you that were involved in the proposal, you saw that map that I did taking the Social Vulnerability Index done by Susan Cutter's group, where they just looked at county-level demographic, socio-demographic data, and did a national assessment comparing counties, the national averages, and then comparing counties with intrastate vulnerability. So that's a very surface level. It's vulnerability to hazards, but really it's just social vulnerability in general, because I don't think they actually use many, if any, hazard indicators. I think it was really primarily focused on socioeconomic, demographic, county level demographic data. So that's, kind of a bird's eye view, but I feel like, to really understand, and, we know that there's a lot of tribes in the region and they have a lot of vulnerabilities, and we can talk about that. We know that the ranching community is vulnerable, but I feel like we still don't have a very comprehensive picture in the basin. Like I said, when we were looking for literature for the National Climate Assessment, we had a really hard time finding it because it just wasn't there yet. It's emerging through a bunch of people in here, but the work just hasn't been done.
On a slightly different topic, it might be that we need, as part of this research components, is actually a framing question, set of framing questions that actually guide our research. And one thing that strikes me as, at least right now, as an interesting question is how do we actually reconcile multiple sectoral vulnerabilities? Because we can ask the question, what the hell are those are? But and relate those to the differential adaptive capacity of these different sectors and stakeholders in ways that they respond to these different stresses. So we have this multi-dimensional space that we're working with within a social ecological system. We have multiple sectors, multiple stresses, which results in multiple vulnerabilities. Then, aligned with that, in another sort of matrix is the differential adaptive capacities that each of these communities have or represent, access or utilize. How do we then understand those interconnections in a way that then can help them move toward implementing some responses? And that's part of the conundrum I think that we have in the way of going from planning to implementation, is that how do you actually be able to identify and reconcile those interconnections so that within their adaptive capacity they can actually respond effectively, looking at the long-term strategies they need to put in place. And that to me is a fundamental question of research.
It's a fundamental question. It's a very academic fundamental question. I'm not sure how you operationalize it in place and time, though, and I think that's the trick, right? Because if you want to affect decision-making, it has to be part of a decision-making process.
But I think you've illustrated that in your Yampa case study.
Right.
I think we've seen other examples where that's been, you can start looking at how then did you look at, sort of these interacting sectors, and then how do they collectively within this water basin or whatever move forward?
Yeah, thinking back to our science planning meeting in October, which was a different group. I think you were there, Kristen. I think you were there. we talked about how to break up the science agenda from the biophysical side of things, and we were like, not surprisingly, water resource management, fire management, invasive species. Those were the three. I think those were the three big ones. So, I mean, I and several of us in here think about, watershed, think about problems from a watershed management perspective. That gives you a frame, that gives you a decision base to be able to approach it. So in my case, the White Basins Roundtable, in Betsy's case, they were working in the Gunnison Bay. You look like your head's going to explode. Poor Betsy. She's where I am, because we've been at the National Adaptation Forum all week. Lisa, too. It's hard to do this at this point of the week. But anyways, that's one at least kind of logical sort of framework to work within in terms of, within a watershed management system, you've got all these different scales of governments and federal and
place-based approach.
Exactly. So if you looked in a fire context, I don't do fire research, so I'm less familiar with what that might look like from a fire management perspective. But I think that's one way to think about this, because then almost invariably it brings in all the sectors, especially when you're looking at watersheds. But fire, maybe less so, and invasive species.
Sometimes I'm a little unsure what you mean by sector, but with holding that for a moment, I guess the way I'm thinking about this is if you're looking at a system or a space or a place, you look at adaptive responses in that space, you would see it organized at multiple levels. So at one level, it's the individual household or the individual rancher or the individual business is adapting. At another level, then there may be shared adaptation by sector or by industry or by community or culture or whatever. And then there's these various governmental things. So to what extent do we want to describe moving from planning to, even by framing as moving from planning to implementation, we've already sort of said we're really interested in more of these collective action arenas rather than maybe individual landowners and so forth. And maybe we want to make that decision, but I just want to make sure that
actually, I feel like that's already implied, and maybe we just haven't been explicit about it. It's not to say that individual and household level analyses can't be part of it, but I think the entry point that we come in as the Climate Science Center is higher level. It's that collective decision-making process because we're serving federal land managers.
So even if it's collective, but are we then, so for example, I'm thinking of communities in doing community planning and, nothing necessarily to do with federal agencies. Are we not interested in what their adaptation strategies be? Or maybe, one of the ways that I've thought about it, at least in terms of what we're doing when we scale up our iterative process, is that we move from that individual household a vulnerable unit, what is it, you use that term, unit of vulnerability or whatever, exposure unit, to different kinds of exposure units. Even if we just began to map, well, what kinds of exposure units might we want to talk about, then we could say, well, these are the kinds of exposure units we want to focus our research agenda on.
I'm just pulling up the National Climate Assessment page because at least when I think we talk about sectors, we have a common framing because of the National Climate Assessment. So I thought it might be useful for a minute just to bring that up because, see, where's the...
Shannon, are you recording?
Yeah. I was thinking, okay, so this has...
I appreciate knowing, and I'm glad that it's being recorded.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so this has, the National Climate Assessment was broken down by sector, region, and cross-sectors, or cross-cutting issues, they called it. So, the sectors basically go to here.
Up there and above.
Yeah. So when we think about sectors, this is primarily the breakdown: water resources, energy, transportation, ag, forestry, ecosystems, human health. Although I would argue we probably think about these two as more one sector. So by and large, the climate science centers, because we're DOI funded and oriented, are here. But
That's human health, or?
We're not sure where.
no, ecosystem 7 and 8, forestry and ecosystem biodiversity, ecosystem services.
Talking about water,
Right. So yeah. So it's not to say that's. I would say that's sort of our. When we talk about trying to integrate social into the framing for the climate science centers and the LCCs, what we're really talking about are these. And I can tell you, I reviewed all the technical reports for almost every chapter, and when we were looking for adaptation, even planning, much less implementation, this was the hardest. This was the hardest one to actually find real-world examples. A lot of this chapter is very conceptual.
Maybe that's because it is too much of an abstraction in terms of the actors in the system can immediately think in terms of human health, for example.
Right.
What do we do to improve human health? Where ecosystem biodiversity is ecosystem services, maybe what conservation people care about, it's a much more
much broader, right?
Yeah.
So Dennis was saying water resources. Yeah, I mean obviously, but that chapter was written primarily by hydrologists. So, the chapters stuck out funny in terms of who the authors were and who the lead authors were and sort of what the emphasis was. But anyway, we're actually talking, ideally we're talking, what Dennis was saying is, how do these sectors interact?
Yeah.
And what are the kind of trade-offs in terms of risk management and adaptation and all of that kind of stuff. So then anyway, the rest of these are kind of the cross-cutting. Kristen was a lead author, right, on water, energy, land use. Bob was heavily involved in tribal. And then they had this, and then there were the sectors. So this was where Dennis and I wasn't on the synthesis chapter, but I was on the technical report. So each of these had almost all of them had a technical report that went into them and a whole bunch of other technical inputs. So, from my estimation, I think that bridging these others to this is really a big part of the challenge that we're talking about here. And this was written by primarily academics. So the adaptation chapter, I think Bruce Stein was the lead on. I think Jordan West. I don't know how many saw their presentation at the National Adaptation Forum, but they themselves, Bruce Stein specifically said, we have yet to be able to. Thank you, Geneva. We really have a lot of work to take all this kind of highly theoretical stuff. He called it principle to practice.
So the point, I think the point that I was trying to get at with my comment was that looking at vulnerability assessment across sectors, that you really look at the interactions of those because they interact, they either buffer or cause cascading effects that if we just look at one sector, we really are just looking at only a piece of the problem within it.
Exactly. So that's why I said, taking
when you talk about sectors.
Yeah. So taking a basin watershed approach, to me, that's the most logical approach to get at those cross-sectoral issues. But it might not be for.
And then another component of the research then is then really getting clearer about adaptive capacity to what sector across what sectors in what communities in order to better understand what is the response capability. Yeah. So to me, both of those, in trying to reconcile those type of components and incorporate them into the research agenda, think, are bits and pieces then, if you want, you eventually want to parse out this big problem into bite-sized, researchable pieces, right? So there's a vulnerability assessment side that incorporates multiple sectors. There's an adaptive capacity component, which then you need to look at, sort of system-wide, but then bits and pieces. How does that reflect your response capability to those type of vulnerabilities within that particular situation context that you're working in?
So how do we identify those? I think that's the big question. The next question of that is how do we identify what those are? And that's where I'm trying to get us, which is, and Jeff, I hope you're paying attention because because I'm trying to refer back to our larger discussion of the science plan, which is we talked about it in terms of water, impacts on water, impacts on fire, impacts on invasive species. Are those logical ways to start, getting to that? How do we get from the cross-sectoral, we want to look at cross-sectoral issues, where, when, how, what sector? I mean, that's the trick. I mean, it's easy. I mean, it's not easy. It's one thing to say, we want to look, across sectors, we want to look at vulnerability, we want to look at trade-offs, we want to look at how they interact, that's really hard to do in practice. And it's a lot of work. And so, getting to that next step.
Yeah, so from the water energy land use chapter perspective, what you guys just articulated, particularly the buffering and cascading effects of a decision in one sector affecting another by those sectoral definitions, that was really what that chapter was supposed to be about. There's a literature on it. Diddly doo-doo. But we exactly. That was a technical term. But it one thing we did find that was most useful, particularly the communication side of that particular chapter, is focusing on the decision. Yeah. So, and in some ways it was easier when we were thinking about mitigation decisions as they affect adaptive capacity in individual sectors, but then how adaptive capacity and the decisions that are made in those sectors affect mitigation. Yeah. But it was very much, we decided it was focus on the decision and then look at the impacts to the individual sectors and then evaluate with the buffer. I like that, the buffering versus cascading sort of impact across those sectors.
And I really liked your chapter. I don't know if I've ever told you this before, but that was one of my favorite.
I'm glad you did.
That was one of my favorite. That was one of my favorite chapters to read. But it made a lot of people's heads explode.
Yeah.
Because it was really, really complicated stuff. Yeah. And I thought you guys did a fantastic job. But most people look at that and they go, "What?" I mean, they had all these really cool, I don't know what you guys ended up with in the end, but all those really cool graphics, those came out. Well, I mean, I thought they were a cool start, like to start trying to visualize, but they were just so complicated.
I just think that really thinking across these sectors, like Dennis just illustrated, I mean, that's really what the critical question is for bringing this to time.
But I think the point you're making, Kristen, is really important, and Jeff captured that in the current RFP, where you start with the management decision, but then you embed that within the system context of the broader system. And so, although you're focused on a particular decision, it actually then allows you to evaluate that decision making within the broader system context. And that's really some people don't do that. A lot of people don't do that expansion. That's the problem. And so what we want to advocate is then looking at the decision space within the context of multi-jurisdiction, multi-agencies, looking at those type of things so that we actually know where are usable partnerships, where are there constraints because of different mission directives, and actually how do you actually see those constraints and work toward a partnership that would alleviate those constraints.
Yeah, so and that's great. I like where we're going. I like it. I think it's a lot of what I was trying to pull out over here. This stuff is really what we're talking about. So I like this. I think this is a lot of what we've talked about, and then the question is, how do we determine this? How do we determine
that's when the engagement with decision makers comes in.
That's what I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to process. So
put it there, I wouldn't put engagement on the stakeholders there or decision makers there as a transition point to the process.
Okay.
Because it has to be part of the research component.
Right, and it also, I think it goes this way and this way with this, because we talked about how this has to have input from managers.
Okay.
So.
Well, Shannon, doing that, to justify paying attention, I think the sector, we did expand in our 5-year, or describe in our 5-year plan that the Missouri River Basin is sort of our ecological domain. Got that, and I think we highlighted the uncertainty in climate forecasts with respect to in a climate. That doesn't narrow that list down, other than, again, going back to the, if there's, it's more like, as opposed to sectoral selecting whatever sector, it's an explicit decision. So sort of like priority planning, it's an explicit idea, we'll focus on that. That's kind of how the 5-year plan kind of, it's precipitation issues, or it's water balance, and it's in the Missouri River Basin. But that's the spatial extent and not the water. This is the drainage that starts at the Continental Divide.
And I just want to put, I'll get to you next, Lisa, but I just want to put this out there. Several of us have discussed this in different meetings and contexts, which is there's a lot that's been done on the Colorado Basin that I think we don't have to reinvent the wheel on. There's a lot that's still, Kristen is vigorously shaking her head, as Queen Western Water Assistant. So is it perhaps part of this, which is assessing lessons learned from the Colorado and what we can apply to this context, and also what still needs to be done in the Colorado, because while I think there's a lot of good people there, you guys and Clemus and all that, I still think there's a lot of work to be done on integrating the social. So I'm going to put that here.
What are you putting on there?
Basically, looking at lessons learned from all the wonderful work that's been done on the Colorado Basin and seeing what we can apply for this region, particularly the Missouri Basin, since that's kind of our main basin, but just in general. There, I would say much farther ahead, there's been a lot more work done on the Colorado Basin than the Missouri Basin. The Missouri Basin is heavily understudied across every dimension. Physical science, social science, I'm sorry, so, Lisa?
So just on the thought about decisions and having that be the locus, I think what I heard this morning that was, I think, be a really great start at this is to try to zero in on families of decisions or categories of decisions that are made. Yeah, like a typology, but you know, there's a lot of different decisions that get made, especially in the federal agencies probably, that are at this phase we have to decide this, at this phase we have to decide this, and so on, so on, so on. Same with, Bill Travis, studying farmers and when they decide to do certain things and what kinds of decisions they make at what time scales and so on.
Decision cycles?
Well, I actually would just think, like, are there families of, okay, there's decisions about permitting grazing on a public land space that have to be made every year or something like that. I'm just thinking about types of decisions that are broad, that are not broad, but common enough that by studying them in detail we'll actually get something useful that's useful in lots of different places, so that, that gives us then something that if we understand how decisions work for these families of decisions, we can then feed in a more systematic way.
Are you okay if I call it typology of decisions?
Yeah, I was thinking of it as more in this process area, but
It's one of those, I think, again, that's both.
okay.
Don't you?
Yeah, I'm forgetting what is that meant to be? Research agenda. It's all research agenda. These are content and this is process.
Yeah, these are like the components of the research, and this is the process.
Yeah. So you have to identify what the families are before you go off and then find out where to go study them, for example, or how many places to do or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it kind of follows on from what Lisa was talking about, and then also in that planning calendar for agencies. Look, at the planning calendar and see in your time frame what are some of the big and interesting decisions that are coming up, because then that way we are dealing with the temporal issues that John was talking about this morning about feeding into decisions that are being made on a time horizon that we can deliver some useful, like, you know where I'm going with this. I can stop talking now. And then that will help us to engage with them. That will help us to engage with some partners who are about to embark on a decision-making process. And then that's then getting your agency's participation from the very beginning, see what decisions they're going to make, what they need.
How do we do that?
I don't know, it's your country.
Suddenly it becomes convenient to be an
Well, you come up with a list of the stakeholders, who are the partners, is it Fish and Wildlife Service, Forest Service, ELM, Park Service, we're all the federal agencies.
You just named them.
So those are the four we go with?
Well, I mean,
Well, the one, like, here's an example, right? We're working with a public lands office down in southwest Colorado. They have, if you talk to the head person there, or the people there, they know, well, and you know, that we're working on Fawcett Gulch, like, you know, we're working on this planning decision about doing a thinning project, and we're going to have to do a needs analysis for it. It's going to take 2 years to do that. We're starting the planning process now. The decision's out here, and they have in their minds how there's only so many, right, of these things that are out there, and then there's probably very large decisions too that are way beyond the scope of one office. But I mean, that's what I mean about kind of trying to decide at what scale the decisions are made, and then we could say, okay, we're going to ask you all about all sorts of thinning. You know, what offices have plot projects going forward right now that are prescribed burns or thinning projects or tree planting projects or XYZ, whatever kinds of projects, new visitors designation projects or things like this, new decisions, you know. What are these families of decisions? And then we can poll our region and then they'll say, hey, we've got 25 thinning projects out there in the region in this kind of a time scale. Let's follow some of them detailed and see what kinds of things are really critical, and you can talk to the people and so on.
so I just have one comment that I want to park on the opportunity space.
Hey, that's the parking lot.
In that vein. Well, it's an opportunity space issue, and it's the fact that it's a crowded opportunity space, and that there's a lot going on in terms of surveying and interviewing and questionnaire to death all the managers. So, I bet you have a comment about that. I don't know if you were going to talk about that, but I want us to be aware, because I think there's a lot of things we can and should do, and first and foremost, we need to see what's out there that we can utilize.
If it's already out there, we should definitely just...
And you talked, I think this should go to literature review, because you were mentioning some of these initiatives that are going on, like you've got a survey that's about to go out to all the BLM folks, right?
Yeah, we've had like 7,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's just specifically about one topic, it's about collaboration and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I think there is a danger of these folks getting sort of
inundated.
over-surveyed and over-asked.
Yeah, and so it's both, I think it's both part of the literature review and part of the process, which is how do we synthesize that in the best way that we can, in the fastest, best way that we can, so that we're not reinventing the wheel, causing informant fatigue, stepping on people's toes, you know, all those very real issues with doing this kind of work.
Right, and it would be nice, you know, sometimes you can do projects where there's a main investigator who's investigating something, and then they let you take a couple questions on their survey, for example, or they let you see some of their interview data because there's a piece of it that might not be their primary interest, but it is your primary. I mean, you have confidentiality issues, but sometimes those sorts of things are possible.
So how would you, I'm just brainstorming, but how would you bid that in the literature review? I just wrote federal agencies, getting literature from federal agencies on land managers and seems
You know, I think that it's almost a broader issue of the literature review. I would almost take a step back from it, because it's looking at what is quote unquote in the literature, you know, in our hard literature. It's the gray literature. It's
right.
also a survey. It's not just of human subjects research. It's also, we're thinking Department of Interior, one a lesson learned from the Colorado, that region has been overstudied.
Yeah.
You know, you had Reclamation come out with here are what we think the supply and demand regimes are in the Colorado,
Yeah.
and then a month later, USDA comes out with a report about,
Right.
oh, here you go, and they're completely different. And so I think that's something actually in terms of the opportunity space, like the making sure that you survey what everybody's doing, not at the federal level, the state level. I know that's that's problematic, but I think really understanding that will help you to better understand context.
Absolutely.
Specific to that human subject thing, one of the things the reason is doing it, or trying to do, I should say, Mark Schaefer at CSC was nominally coordinating it. And I think the CSC should be involved, is to put together a bank of survey questions that they've been using to assess user needs around climate. And that's something that's kind of something that might be embedded in an NCA in terms of some of the discussions that have been emerging, but I don't know where that fits into everything, but it's just kind of a cautionary thing.
And on the Missouri, at least it appears to be within the domain of the Corps of Engineers in terms of the operation of the river, and therefore nobody else has to do it.
Right, so the Army Corps and the Bureau of Rec are what I would add to that list, although they've been less participatory to date in our advisory committee, right? That's what you told me last time we talked about this.
They've been involved on the tributary slowly in the 40s.
Right, I'm talking specifically about the CSC activity, because we have an Army Corps and a Bureau of Rec representative on the advisory committee, but we haven't engaged them much to date. It's much more been focused on Fish and Wildlife, parks, BLM.
Other than the NIDIS pilot that Doug's fucking working taking out of that, so he usually seems to have the Corps of Engineers and RAC goal of it. And so to the extent that we're going to be working with NIDIS pilot, which that's the plan, we're connected to them that way. And I think that's probably our stakeholder advisory is RAC Corps. Well, have been on calls, it's sort of like, we haven't been asking them to do stuff, so it's not like they haven't done, it's not like they're shirking anything, it's just how do they get engaged when you have quarterly calls.
Yeah.
I think the more real or tangible activities going to be through the night.
Yeah, so I put that on the opportunities, but I actually just ran into Chad at the Adaptation Forum, and they're still really wide open. So I think that is a potential really good opportunity for us to engage in and help shape.
The cooperative, we actually, EU has a cooperative agreement with Reclamation. And part of it is to do work in the Colorado River Basin, but we are in discussions to expand that to include the Missouri River Basin. And it also includes the Corps of Engineers.
EU through
Series and Reclamation have a cooperative agreement. So it's looking at flooding and drought vulnerability. And we're trying in discussions of how to tie that into the NIDIS pilot. So I just wanted you guys to know that is going on and trying to tie it to this.
So the co-op agreement is for the Colorado Basin, but it's to expand to the Missouri.
Right, we're working on it.
So if I can get back to this
Sorry.
process arena area and focus back on sort of understanding a decision, that opportunity of actually looking at agencies and stakeholders outside of DOI is really important. That does carry over to the opportunity space. As we look at our region, that if we look at a particular decision, could be pine bark beetle, could be fires, could be looking at water management, then areas that look across agencies and across departments, it's really important to look at how do we actually manage it. We're doing this now with elk management in the Rocky Mountain area, northern Colorado, so we're getting U.S. Forest Service, National Park Service, the City of Loveland, City of Estes Park, to really start thinking about how do they actually think regionally about, even though they have very different mission mandates about, Colorado Division of Park and Wildlife, they're into hunting. Rocky Mountain National Park is into conservation. So very different missions, but they want to manage the same resource. How do we actually get them to talk to each other? There's an
Well,
opportunity.
we don't get them to talk to each other. My perspective is we don't get
Sure.
them to. We need to look at what existing processes are in place.
And we're working within that process.
Yeah.
And then we were asked to actually organize for them that sort of planning process to engage. So we're moving in that direction. But it's not just DOI that we're interested in. If it's a decision that's being made, then we want to look at the different stakeholders that are involved, even local communities.
Now, I'm just gonna talk.
You volunteered a lot of your time. You have the right.
In terms of the literature review and trying to look at decisions and that sort of thing, one is, we don't need to know about, or nobody really needs to know about every single decision that has been made out there. And the good thing about a lot of public land management is that there's a record of decisions, whether it's the Code of Federal Regulations, whether it's the management plan, whether it's, there's existing information out there that you can use to get a sample of decisions without having to bother the individuals and going and knocking on every door, what decisions have you made, and so there are ways around oversampling the population, which in my notes is what I've been calling it, oversampling.
I did that very thing as one of my secondary data sources from my Alaska doctoral work, which is I reviewed every single, and this is no small task, I reviewed every single stakeholder advisory committee transcript to the social scientists in the room know for the Board of Game and the Office of Subsistence Board decisions, which was years and years and transcripts. It is a way. That's part of what social scientists do that needs to be done. Is that something we want to promote through?
Well, I think one of the things that goes up there is one of the potential things.
Yeah.
The other important things that I wanted to say at the point of the process, we've been jumping from one board to the other board, but we said we're going to spend about 45 minutes on each one of the 3 topics in order to get to the 3 o'clock hour. So just make sure that we start thinking about from board 1 to board 2.
You're supposed to be my co-facilitator. Why don't you come up
Yeah.
here?
Actually, since we're talking a lot, do you want me to take the pen and just write down what's said? While you're talking a lot and then you're not writing?
Yeah.
One of these, my special pen?
You're supposed to be writing too. You two.
Wanted me to help you tell me.
I think Karina is next.
Just on the crowded space and the surveys and all of that sort of stuff, this might be a naive perspective and the not understanding just how much more crowded America is. It's a cultural thing. I think, and this goes to the whole idea that we've been talking about the implementation and all of this sort of stuff. We're not surveying these people, we're working with them and we're providing useful, if we find opportunities where actually we're just one of the people in the process, then surely we're not a drain on them because we're supposed to be working together to do something. And so that, I think, it's not about sending surveys to understand.
Well, it's both. That's the thing. It's not just doing that. We can't. And the fact is, we need a small army to do that, really, to be able to. We can do piecemeal projects. I have my project in the White Basin, and you have your project in Grand County, and it's like. But we, given that we don't have the people and the money to do that everywhere, we have to use these other things. And surveying's already happening. It's out there. There's the social network analysis that's going on right now that I didn't even show on my little map. That they're interviewing. I think it's worth talking about right now because this is just one example of many where they've got all these 10A. Can you guys even see that? So this is 10A. That's the Park Service region. So that's all the parks. 10B, which is BLM, which is more or less see the difference when I'm clicking it? It's all the gray, right? Yeah. All the BLM in that in our region. It's our whole region, but mostly it's the western part of the region because there's not a lot of federal lands in the eastern part. And then Forest Service is regions 1 and 2, so that's also our whole region. But those are surveys that are going out to all these entities right now, asking them about climate adaptation.
Who's doing that?
People at UC Davis.
And then at the workshop, and then,
But so, I mean, this is where the value add comes in, not doing that.
I-
But actually then moving to the next phase, which is if we want to understand the decision process and the barriers to implementation or whatever it is, then being at the nuts and bolts and watching the decision processes rather than.
Yeah, and we've got some proposals in to do that. I mean, our recent proposal is basically to do that. I mean, you know, and we're trying to get that in, but I totally agree. I mean, that's what I do, and that's what you do. That's why we get along.
I was just wondering along the same line. I think that's important to understand the nuts and bolts. You kind of got to work with them. But I was wondering for maybe simpler questions. There are other groups already in the basin, like the Missouri River Interest Group. And I'm on that one. Jeff, are you on that? Missouri River Interest Group?
There's the
Dan Driscoll, USGS in Rapid City, is one who organizes it. They have monthly webinars. Very informal. Very informal. But it's, yeah, it's federal and state land managers, federal land managers, water managers, and then the few state people, a few university people on that list. They talk about research that's going on in the basin.
Missouri Basin.
And who's doing what, and how you can cooperate.
Who's spearheading that?
Dan Driscoll, out of USGS in Rapid City.
So then there's
So
also.
I just thought it might be a forum where if we have simpler questions.
No, I agree. And there's a bunch of those. I mean, there's MORAS, right? Goff. There's all the misters. There's MORAS. There's the Missouri Basin. What is it? Flood something task force thingy.
It used to be a major hurricane.
Yes.
They all.
Like that's kind of, you know, just to catalog those itself is really rich. I know John Bergen did some work on that.
Yeah, he
He
did.
has all that.
Yeah, he did some of that, and I think that's another.
Yeah.
We can.
There's a lot of us in the room that just don't know these.
I didn't know what Mr. was either, but I do know.
Working with the group.
But
Every acronym.
Colorado doesn't work as well.
so I was just gonna pull back up pretty quick. I think products. We talked about this, about how to take the work that John started and take that to the next level, because I think that he started cataloging this stuff. So yeah, it's written down in the report that you guys paid for. Doug Clark paid for. You guys administered.
Forward the latest notes from Driscoll.
That might be a good forum if you want to, if you're asking what are some of the big decisions you're having to make or something, if you want to get some initial input anyway, to help for some guidance on some issues, it might be a good forum. Oh, that's the Missouri River Interest Group.
Basin or river?
Bill?
Just that we moved to, watching the record, and then the classic social science techniques in the 60s, inobtrusive measures, called the running record, keeping track right out of Webster, and you can get so much without ever interacting with a human being if you want to be that kind of social science.
That's pretty
Take
good.
that one step further, maybe to risk and decision and stuff, you would also think about a modeling project, decision modeling, and we're experimenting. You don't, it doesn't have to be part of our effort or the NC's effort, but it's on that list that ranges from active engagement to more clinical approach.
There's the stuff Max
And things like that.
Post-Vanderberg is
Yep.
doing that I guess was on the camp, right?
He would.
Yeah. I feel,
I just want it on the list, and,
where do you want
it's
it?
an opportunity, we could put it as a research, a funding opportunity from,
I put it up here.
DRMS.
And from NSF?
Yeah. They're much more likely to fund that than they would an engaged decision-making collaborative.
Management?
Yeah, decision and risk management program, I think. DRM, science, decision and risk management.
And the Science and Technology Society, NSF, Science and Study. Yeah, that one. Anyway, I was looking at it the other day. This looks perfect for it, understanding how science interacts with blah, blah, blah.
You guys must get funding from there, no? Roger does. Yeah.
So it seems to me that we're missing two additional elements in this process. One is, we've been talking a lot about the user sort of community engagement there. I think there's, going back to knowledge providers and looking at how do we actually engage knowledge providers across knowledge groups. And then the third would be sort of going back to what Tom was talking about.
What do you mean when you say knowledge providers?
Well, people who have non-traditional knowledge systems.
The local knowledge providers.
Something like that.
Because knowledge providers could mean us, it could mean, that's why I'm asking you.
No, it does include us.
Okay.
It includes other knowledge providers as well, so it's a more inclusive, engagement of people who actually hold knowledge and disseminate knowledge, engaging them.
Right,
And then,
so we have that up there?
no, not on the process.
One on this one too? Okay.
And then going back to what Tom was talking about, and with looking at sort of citizen science, and looking at how do we engage that within the process of the research agenda or research activity. So to me, we need to think about these other communities of or how to engage other communities, not just the user side.
You've got some record of engagement through the whole course process of 14 years for NEPA under NEPA on managing river, on the master manual. We did 14 years trying to get the EIS, and it was just nothing but comments coming in from who will affect it.
Where does that live?
Core should have it, but it's out there electronically, I'm sure.
And the Corps just did or is in the process of publishing what they call the Story River Ecosystem Restoration Plan.
Right.
The big, shiny,
Right.
the river, from top to bottom versus the plan.
Yep. So, John Gross, Nick, you federal guys are back there being real quiet.
So I was just actually I've talked a lot less like
I think as coming from one of these agencies, you guys talk a lot about the wheel and reinventing the wheel or fixing the wheel, and I mean for me, I feel like there are many wheels.
Yeah, I was just.
Well, I mean, each agency has a wheel, and I don't want to be reinventing it for my agency, and I know that other agencies have thought about some of this more than I have, and I want to be able to use what they already have, the tools that they have, the experience that they have, instead of having to do some of these things. And
Right.
The Forest Service has a lot more people thinking about climate change than Park Service does, and they've gone forward with some things more than we have.
Right.
And in the North Central region and in the Appalachians, they have some of these climate change adaptation groups and all.
Right.
And so for me, one of the projects that I'm going to be thinking about a lot more is vulnerability assessment, and how are we going to carry those out as an agency, and how are we going to develop a consistent method that's scientifically valid, that can be applied across parks. And I'm not the first person to think about this, and so I meant that again. And so I think that for me, what's really useful is knowing what others are doing. And so a lot of what you guys talked about before lunch, you were thinking about this sort of the vertical process about going from the planning to the boots on the ground. I think for me, it's also useful to think about the sort of the lateral process and knowing what's happening across
Yeah, and that's a really good point to highlight, and I feel like we've touched on that in different places, so, where can we fit this in a way that it explicitly expresses that? Because I feel like, you know, we talked about, the lit review thing, which I think that would be part of in terms of the federal agency, and I mentioned this earlier, I actually already started doing that, which is, you know, just collecting every single agency climate vulnerability response plan, and the next step is really, that I haven't had time to do, would be to kind of compare, you know, look at those, assess those, and get a baseline understanding of what everyone's doing, which is exactly why I went to this Fish and Wildlife Service Rapid Vulnerability Assessment workshop yesterday, because I was hoping to gain some of that knowledge, hoping Kevin Johnson was going to be here, and then he failed, and then, you know, that was a waste of my time. No, I'm just kidding. No, but that, yeah, I think that's important. So, you know, we talked about, I think it also kind of almost fits in here in a way, too, because it's part of the decision and planning phase that's already happening.
What might be useful to think about is actually developing working groups along different decisions. And so part of our process would be that through both the research and management decision making, that we actually start formulating sort of clusters of people working on, you know, sort of common issues that cuts across the agencies. And actually then the lessons learned you will start emerging, and you see what could be applied in another agency or not. But I think part of the process, you know, sort of outcomes might be formulating working groups that can actually develop that dialogue. And I think that would be something useful that we can do.
And I would
Did we capture your point, though? I want to make sure that we capture your point, because you've been quiet the whole time, and it has to be meaningful if that's what you wanted to say. So.
I think so, yeah.
And I would underscore a little bit of that too. I mean, I think there's a whole raft of various kinds of assessments, and each agency is trying to develop its set of
Right.
tools to move forward. And if we don't know what they are trying to do,
So where would you put that on here? Here? I mean, because it's kind of partly in all these.
I just put it under opportunity. All of what was just kind of said with the not reinventing the wheel, looking across agencies, understanding everybody has their own wheel, cross-cutting stuff, I put it under an opportunity, but exactly.
I guess because I'm standing over here, I just wrote it here, but we can always just color code these
So we
later.
all just put it in.
Oh, yeah, so that's, okay. So does that capture it, Nick? What she wrote here?
This could be under all.
And there's that,
No, I'm moving it to your place. I can kind of say it.
I think so there's then the tool as well, so there's that aspect too, and looking at, okay, what are people doing, what are the tools out there, where can managers get information, and I think that, you know, we hear a little bit of that from project managers, that they want sort of a decision tree or a decision framework, and I think some of that is and some of that I think is just not knowing what tools are available for them. I think that's actually.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of ironic, because I can't tell you how many tools were presented at this adaptation forum this week, but none of the managers were there because they were on sequester. So, I mean, you know, so how does that connection get made, I guess? Because on the other hand, there really is almost an overabundance of tools and frameworks and methods. And
But what does that say? Right there says the fact that when the tools are not being developed in accordance with people who actually use them. Exactly. Because people who actually use them don't know about them. So,
Except for
I mean,
the
that's
ones we're
what.
developing.
Well, no, I'm not
that's
saying
true. Are you going to plug Aspen? We haven't even talked about Aspen yet.
I know.
Are you going to plug Aspen right now?
Yeah, we can plug it right now. Assessing socioeconomic
I'm going to put that in opportunity.
is a decision tree tool that we're developing in concert with Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, BLM, Forest Service, Department of Transportation, to create a decision tree tool that's going to a place where managers can go to figure out what information they need in order to address their social and economic issues. And as well, and so they go in and they use their web portal for each agency that's unique to their agency, that's unique to their tools that they have access to. They answer a series of questions about their decision or whatever it is, the population, all these, the huge, elaborate decision tree, that then puts them and gives them an output of what's the kind of information that you need, where could you possibly go to get this information, and ask questions like, how much money do you have and how much time do you have, okay? Two very basic and important questions at the beginning. And then at the end, it gives you these, where to go and get this information, a general idea of what this information is.
That sounds really helpful, I think, because you have this wheel with these different circles around it, and one of them may be, climate, know what the climate is going to be, know your climate projections, not only be, vulnerability assessment, engineering planning, and so what it would be really useful is then having those links at each one. Okay, where does the manager go to get the climate data, or to
right? That's the output. That's part of the output stuff. Just specific to social and economic needs. Here, if you work for the Forest Service, it doesn't do the science for you by any means. It just gives the non-initiated social scientists the resources to get the information, the basic understanding of what they're looking for, how to get it, where to get it, basic things.
So, I just was doodling over here, because with this conversation, so what we're conceptually talking about anyway are these kind of disparate things, which are, there's Aspen that's not connected to climate yet at all, really. And we talked about this on the webinar a little bit. Okay. So Aspen, not the tree, so Aspen, beyond being a tree, something socioeconomic planning needs.
Whatever acronym is created.
So it's been developed with managers, so they have really good agency connectivity through this. It doesn't have the climate component in it yet, so we've been talking about piloting in the region to integrate the climate. What is also going on are all these agency activities, Park Service scenario planning, all the Forest Service stuff, the Fish and Wildlife vulnerability assessment, which isn't well connected to this stuff. It's very ecosystem focused, and it's sometimes weakly connected to this part too. The climate science isn't always strong in this, and our recent discussions about how to systematize that. So, this is kind of what I see us talking about integrating somehow. And there's a bunch of climate tools out there, but it's, which ones are the right ones? How do we connect these dots, so to speak? Because there is a lot going on. It's just not all in one happy spin, like what it is.
Well, I think one of the problems is that the agencies are doing their own vulnerability work or whatever it is, and they're not integrated, and they're not talking to the other partners. I think that's one of the things that's been great about the Gunnison is that people are having a dialogue across these boundaries.
Right.
Not that it's necessarily the ideal yet. We're not there yet in terms of everybody who's implementing. Right. Because there's a lot of
and you guys are struggling with the implementation part as well.
And then the BLM is not doing it. They're having problems. But I think we need to step back and not just assume that when it gets to implementation, we still need to get solid vulnerability.
Well, yeah, and
incorporate social.
I advocated for that strongly when we were talking about it, that we're not implying that we're just starting at planning. That to understand planning, there's also the vulnerability part, but the implementation, the reasons that there's a lack of implementation have to do with the lack of social science understanding, the social dimensions that actually influence all of that. One thing we haven't mentioned is the adaptation missive that just came out from the Department of Interior.
Right.
Which I wonder, DOI, you're the only DOI, are you the only? Well,
FGS.
But does that have mean anything? Is that gonna have any?
National Adaptation Plan?
No, there was just a statement on adaptation on
It was, 30,000 foot level, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty.
Are you talking about the National Fish, Wildlife, and Plant Adaptation?
No, I'm talking about I think it came from the Secretary of the Interior.
I can find it.
And how recently, like in the last
Like in the last month. Yeah, it's
It was just basically a white paper that came out and said that what is the department doing about adaptation that is reflected back on the climate science centers as playing a key role in that arena. I think possibly more important might be the GAO report, accountability and looking at risk that the nation faces by not dealing with climate change. And that actually has more weight because it comes out from Congress's pocket.
I'm not sure this moment is maybe now past, but I was reflecting on the National Adaptation Forum and the strong role that the NGOs played in. And they're doing a lot of work with a lot of agencies, not just federal, but state, local, a lot of coastal stuff. But working on adaptation frameworks, like you said, I mean, it was just just a huge number of frameworks. And so as an opportunity, they're contracting with individual forests and parks and different things. They're doing a lot of the work right now, it seems to me like. And I think one of the reasons there was a bit of a discussion of what's going on. Part of it was that, well, you couldn't talk about climate change inside the agencies until fairly recently, so the NGOs were filling the gap in some ways, and doing a lot of this contractually and things like that. So it's now I'm trying to kind of regather my thought on that, but it seemed to me like we don't want to leave them out because there's a lot, they've built a lot of capacity and there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, that's a good point. A couple that come to mind that I saw, which I have different opinions about.
Yeah.
As Karina knows, over happy hour, we had a little bitch session. But the Wildlife Conservation Society, I think, is doing great work, which has supported some of Betsy's work, some of Molly Cross's work. And I would say, that's one of the better examples of people that are out there just doing it, that don't necessarily have the social science, that recognize they don't have the social science, that want to have the social science, but they're still doing really good work. There's others. I don't know if I should name them or not.
Well, I'm sure, I wish I was. I saw you two in that session.
Right there.
So there's other organizations.
Take on UC.
Huh? Oh yeah, I don't. There was actually a couple UCS folks at our group, and I didn't see any of their presentations. I'm just talking. There was a lot of presence from a couple of groups.
No. They're an opportunity.
Yeah.
They want to look at adaptation and climate impact in the Rockies.
Yeah.
Shannon and I think, freaked that guy out a little bit with our social science rant, but after I finished ranting, he still gave me his card.
Yeah.
So, is it Todd?
Todd, yeah.
Yeah, they're interested in
They've been trying to get
Maybe we should call them.
Yeah, right.
That's right. I said I couldn't go to Union Concern Planning.
No, I mean, he wants to move back.
I really.
He's in a bowl.
Is that off?
Yeah.
Evaluating the human capital that's available in this region.
So yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think in my mind, the question is, wow. It's more of a statement than a question. It's wow, there's some really good stuff going on out there. There's some really bad stuff going on out there. And sometimes I wonder.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
And what the effects are of that. I mean, how many people are gathering stakeholders to talk about climate and help them do planning? And, it's just like, there's really...
Just relax, the agencies are in the same boat. We get people together, and sometimes we hold great meetings, and sometimes they're just embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
The long term, I think the thing that I found kind of concerning about some of that conversation over the last couple of days was you can't talk about adaptation until everybody agrees that climate change is human caused. And that was until everyone's ready to have the conversation.
Well, and these guys don't say that. They're in the same camp as us.
No,
because
that was.
we don't have to talk about that.
The implications, the long-term implications of that.
Yeah.
That may be a limit on mitigation.
But it's not,
But
it's
not
not
on
a limit on that.
It's also the use
So can I-
of adaptation to drive mitigation, or getting people freaked out.
Can I just kind of refocus our, I want to refocus our discussion just for just a slight point. I want to make sure that we're done with process and then make sure that we have enough time for opportunity. One thing about process that I'd like to have maybe a few thoughts about from you all is what's the commitment time in this effort, that as we look at the process of what we're talking about, that a research time frame is inadequate to deal with the stakeholder involvement, the process level implementation activity. So how do we within this our discussion of process overcome that constraint of relative to time? How do we embed or incorporate this long-term commitment to a process that will go beyond the Climate Science Center, will go beyond a RISA, will go beyond a research project? I think I think we need to think seriously about that type of human resource and institutional resource that we put into this, and try to get that built in. Because if we don't, then it's sort of pissing in the wind. It's a short-term thing. We'll feel good next 2-3 years, but then what good have we done?
Yeah, one of the big areas we've seen in the fire preparedness area is get all this community action, community engagement.
I think you made a comment, Dan, about restructuring the institutions. How do we actually look at that in a way of looking at how do we build those bridges across agencies so that it becomes really incorporated into the culture of this activity?
The cultural, and making it a thing so that people know that they're not going to go and do something without going and talking to the other.
Yeah, I think that may take some serious discussion, right?
But, okay, never mind. I have an important question that I need to know, which is how many people are going to happy hour?
There isn't gonna be
You're
none
not
that
going?
matters, but,
Okay. Hands, please.
where is that beer?
We don't know, that's why I'm taking account.
This is definitely a
1,
process,
2,
Jeff.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I count you? Okay, so about 8 to 10. Do you have, should we call somewhere? Should I Mary call somewhere?
I guess I
Maybe,
would think
we'll let you know. Okay, thanks. Before I forgot, while we're all still together, I wanted to take a head count. So, yes, ma'am? Okay. Is that a cool place?
Oh, is this the first Friday? This is first.
Oh. Maybe Mary can help us confirm that on the break.
We'll talk about it.
Okay. Okay, so 8 to 10 people we're talking about. I still want to hear from John, because I know you've got things to say, and you've been sitting there quietly, too.
The only thing I was going to say earlier was that I thought the discussion before about, right before you asked me if I had comments, there was a little bit of discussion about knowledge brokers, and it seemed to me that one of the things in the discussion, Bill's comment about how to do non-invasive surveying, basically, I thought those things went together really well, and it seemed like before when we talked about big projects that I've worked in, we went through and we said one of the key aspects we did early on when we went into influence decision was who were the decision makers, who had access to those decision makers, what kind of information might influence people, who were the leaders in the community that you needed to get at. So it wasn't just a let's go to the, like, Rocky Mountain Park, it wasn't let's just go to the park and try and get them to change their fire plan. It was like, who in the community is likely to be opposed to it, and how do we approach them? And I thought that's something that I haven't heard weren't discussed too much, but it's, you know, it is clearly a part of the social sciences to do those influence diagrams. And I thought that might be something worth thinking of. That would be something that a group like this would take on with different parts of this. You know, I could approach the park people, Dennis is working with some of the community, and we know that in order to be effective, say, in Rocky Mountain Park, we have to somehow figure out how do we influence the Forest Service, the Colorado Division of Wildlife, Estes Park, Grand Lake, the park staff. And that's probably, it's a lot for any one person to take on, but it's something like a, you know, some subset of this group, you know, Bureau of Rec with their water management, all of those people have a stake in what goes on there. But personally, I wouldn't take on attempting to contact all of those or do that myself, but I would be happy to participate with the park people and do it in a relatively, what could be considered a non-invasive way. So I think there are some things like that we might consider.
And I feel like any good social scientist worth their salt would, in a project, would start with that. And so to me, it seems like, are we talking about, you know, some kind of broader thing where we're assessing that throughout the region, or are we talking about?
Project, I was just going back to, you know, when we measure outcomes, you know, what is the CSC about? What's this group about? Part of it is getting outcomes. Part of getting outcomes is not cutting edge research. It's, you know, boots on the ground, just doing the work. It's just implementing some of the stuff. Yeah, maybe basic stuff for social scientists to do, but if there's a diagram that explains that for Rocky Mountain Park, I haven't seen it, despite the fact there's a university here that's had multi-million-dollar projects there for at least the last 2 decades. So I think there's some really fundamental stuff that isn't cutting-edge research, but it's just foundational to accomplishing the kinds of things we're talking about. And, you know, as I've said to Jeff and a few others, I'm really big on, you know, if this group is going to get together and have a sustainable engagement, we need some things that are relatively easy that we can work on and that we can hold up as signs of success, that we can feel good about the work, that we can do it without a $1 million NSF grant, that we see that is a concrete, tangible, no-regret step towards accomplishing these other larger, more difficult objectives. So that's kind of the vein of that thought.
So I think the transparent roadmap is somewhat, if I can interpret this, that from our multiple discipline perspectives, that we need to be very explicit about the approaches that we take, because you're talking to ecosystem scientists, you're talking to water managers, you're not just talking to social scientists. So what might be apparent to you may not be apparent to me. And so we need to be able, and when I talk about ecosystem services can be translated the other way. So I think coming up with a roadmap that's much more transparent would be useful. I think the other thing that I got from your statement is that finding champions within agencies or within decision-making matrix is really, you know, where is it? We don't want to go to the superintendent of the park, but Ben Babowski, who's head of management, is the guy we want to talk to.
And even Ben is not. I mean, if you want to talk about, well, until he retires in 6 weeks, you know, fire management and Eagle, you know, probably Jeff Connor's our guy.
Yeah. So
I'm just trying to understand, because I totally agree with you. I mean, I think it's really important. I'm just trying to understand how we approach it, because you're giving the Rocky Mountain National Park example, which, you know, there are projects, there are proposals. That's one space. That's one decision context. So how are we talking about scaling this up? You know,
I was talking about, I mean, you know, I hadn't developed it to that extent, and I don't think that something like that would be, it wouldn't be practical at that level, I don't think, to do on the regional scale. I think it's kind of more project. In the greater Yellowstone, you probably actually have a lot of that because they've been doing this sort of thing for a long time. In Rocky Mountain Park, I don't think they do. The Missouri Basin, I think, you know, if you were dealing with the Missouri Basin as a whole, you probably have to go up a level or two because you couldn't really deal with it at the project level. That you'd have to be who's the director of the, I don't know, BOR regional director or something like that. So I think it's scalable in that kind of a context, but I think the example that I gave was more specific, that we are here in Fort Collins and a lot of us have projects reasonably close by, so that was kind of a more concrete example.
Sure. Yeah, no, and I get that, and I think it is more scalable. My question is, how do we operationalize that beyond Rocky Mountain is really what I'm trying to get at. Like, what would your interest be to see something like that happen beyond Rocky Mountain? For all the parks, project by project?
I mean, it sounds like he's talking about, you know, developing working groups that can be engaged with different decision-making issues in different places, but finding that sort of platform to where people are invited, are encouraged to join together to collaborate, to help co-develop. I mean, I think all of this process, probably the first headline of the thing is co-develop, be collaborative, these sort of efforts. But I think what John's talking about is, being able to provide that sort of collaborative space where we work together with decision makers.
I wasn't thinking something big and theoretical. I'm often dependent on these things, and I really firmly believe that if we're going to work together, we have to get to know each other. We have to form a relationship with ourselves. We want to really make a difference in Rocky Mountain Park or the Missouri Basin. That, I think it was Dennis mentioned earlier. Not something that we're going to walk in there and suddenly be the big kid on the block. It's going to be something we develop over a period of time, and I think it will be really helpful to us as a group and also to the park. What are some small tangible things that we can develop with perhaps the people in the room without much additional funding that make us feel good, and make us feel like it's worthwhile to come to these meetings, that we have a hold in your hand product that is useful to us and to other people. And so that it wasn't, a deep, meaningful thought. It was just, maybe this is a low-hanging fruit, an opportunity for something for us to do to
so I'm seeing the fruit, I'm not seeing the tree. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, so what's the tree? Where are we? Because I think it's a great idea. I think it's definitely necessary. But beyond Rocky Mountain National Park, where does that go?
You start to imagine, because if the Missouri Basin, I might be indicating my Australian population thing here again, but the Missouri Basin is a finite space. As you start to work and do more and more projects through that area, you start to learn who the local champions are in through different projects over time. So surely it's something that feels and is part of the process that the Climate Science Centre can, so if you're about to go and start a project in a particular location, you get in touch and be like, so Shannon, who are the local champions in this area?
What I hear John saying, though, is I hear John saying that he wants to keep this group of people in this room right now engaged in small, tangible things that we all can take away and keep moving along with. Forget about other people, other places, elsewhere, bigger scaling. That's what I hear him saying.
I don't care if there's a tree.
Is that what you're trying to say? Like, are there some small things we can
I care if there's a tree.
So could our tree be, we want to look at vulnerability assessment. And an example for you might be, we gather together what the different agencies are doing in terms of vulnerability assessment, and package those to show to you what everybody else is doing, for example.
That's an apple out of us.
Then we go to step 2.
Say your apple again?
Yeah.
Wait, say your apple again is like a collect?
Yeah, well, we're talking
An
about
assessment
like
of
to
agency assessment.
An assessment of what the different agencies are doing in terms of vulnerability.
Right, okay.
And what tools they're using.
Some other bounds to make it a relatively quick tiger team approach.
And package that for planners. And that might help us in our baseline understanding what people are doing.
But I mean,
and then we go to step 2.
Yeah, if all of us drew on the work that we were all doing individually and pulled that's going to be the beginnings of some kind of comparison from a research perspective, the beginnings of something useful from a management perspective. We're all talking about not knowing what is going on. We all individually like this stuff.
But
Stick with my tree, please.
We live in the basin. We hold trees sacred. And we have to work on an ongoing long-term process with regard to the management of the river with Colonel de Jour at the Corps of Engineers. So we understand the issue of how to get this long-term process going. And we are looking right now to, again, gin up interest with regard to WAPA reclamation, the DOD, and NREL, looking at the tribal wind and the federal hydropower nexus, which has decision makers that will need to make decisions about the climate, precipitation in the next 30 years, which they do now by cut and pasting wet and dry years. So we think we're looking to right now open up that discussion again with those guys to see what we can do with whatever resources we can find on that climate question, looking at 30 years of data projection, I suppose you did. But there's one of those apples that we're looking at.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do other fruits too.
Yeah.
Wait, but that's a different tree.
Only before you get to bananas. The tropical piece up there.
One of those trees that grafted three different.
Corn, prune, apple, hybrid.
If we do this, some type of an assessment of who's doing what, and tools,
I wish you could have that.
we also want to get to the decisions. So we get the literature review as well, to better understand what kind of decisions you're making. And if we could decide on one or two of those decisions to go after, and try to do more of that integrative, based on that decision, what are all of the different vulnerabilities? How are they connected, how are the different sectors connected around that decision?
I hear, sorry,
And maybe it's a salient enough issue that that's another apple, or an orange, or whatever you want.
We definitely moved on.
so,
I didn't capture all that. You said the
Oh.
first review of decisions.
Yeah, well, if we do a literature review, and if we don't, maybe we have to do a survey or go to a meeting and ask, or go to the Missouri Interest Group and ask them what they're doing.
Okay.
If we understand some of their decisions, we can pick, some of the salient decisions they're working on right now, or maybe within their planning horizons we can help address. That we could pick an issue or two, that we think we could focus on. And whether that's collaborative, we go after a grant, or however we do that. Maybe then we can look at the different, how the sectors, or how that decision affects the different sectors, how to bring those in terms of vulnerability. And maybe that's another apple or something we hand off to one of the agencies. This is a salient issue we're having to deal with.
There was a group you would be thinking of.
yeah, I was trying to get at who's
Yeah.
the they and that.
Well, the they would be the federal land managers. If there's a decision that either one of them or several of them are trying to work on, if they're all working on invasive species, or a couple of them are, then maybe that's an issue. That's what we brought up before about using a decision as the basis for looking at multi-sector, or how the sectors are integrated. Pick a salient issue that one or more of them are working on that we think we could address, and then look at the vulnerabilities and the management issues around that decision they're having to make. Maybe that's a place to start. I don't know what decision that would be, but.
I really like this idea of focusing. I mean, it's been a really interesting conversation, but I've had a hard time getting my head around. I mean, it looks like we're really trying to conquer everything, but I like that as a first step, but I really think we ought to go the next, I would recommend going the next step of helping people better understand how you have to build on the vulnerability assessment to get at actual strategies on the ground, because that's ultimately what we want. Didn't we already make that decision that we wanted to get to implementation? So I think you have to have a practical outcome of okay, what are the best practices out there of social ecological resilience building?
Can I just say something, Shannon, on what you're typing? Because I see these decisions as not around climate-sensitive risks, but the decisions people make are about permitting something or doing some action on the ground. So it's different than it's not around the risk. The risk is part of the landscape of this decision.
Right. The reason I wrote that is because I feel like, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just telling you my thought process, which is, I feel like there's a danger of, if we don't bound it around something that's a climate-sensitive issue, it can get really unwieldy. And so we're not talking about every decision, every decision of every process. We're specifically talking about
those decisions sensitive to climate.
Exactly. So how should I reword it then?
Instead of around, just say sensitive to climate or something like that.
Okay.
Or, climate-sensitive decisions or something.
So I think this is just two ways that, especially land management agencies, are dealing or thinking about climate change, one is that they're looking at the plans that they have and figuring out how they adjust them to deal with climate change. For example, building a visitor center right on the seacoast where it's going to flood, and maybe that's not the best way to spend $8 million. So that's one way, and that's a lot in bringing climate change into some of these planning processes. And I think that we're doing that. Don Weeks has been really great in, as a planner, working with planners and getting them to think about climate change, bringing it into all of these planning documents, management plans that have these sorts of actions like the campground and floodplain or those sorts of things. But then the other side, which I think where it's a lot more difficult for managers, is thinking about, okay, climate change is happening, and what resources do I have to be most worried about? And how do I respond to that? And it's a lot more open-ended that way. Instead of thinking about what you actually want to do, how climate change impacts it, it's just thinking climate change is happening, what do I need to worry about? Yeah, and that's a lot where the vulnerability assessments come in, but it's a lot more open-ended then. And I think that's where managers are having a harder time.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, because the other parameter or, sort of bound around this is that we are specifically in this group interested in bringing in the social dimensions of that. So there's a lot of this that's happening that doesn't have that in it. So what we're trying to get to is how can the expertise of the social scientists involved in ever help support and strengthen that work. So again, I'm just trying to think of how to frame this so that it's somewhat bounded, that it's not just, not just all decisions, it's not just all climate change, but we're being somewhat specific that it's, climate sensitive, that have this kind of social dimension. So.
Respect process, we're going to talk about product, search product on that, checking that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we already started doing it, but.
I think we moved to opportunities, and now we're almost to the workforce category, maybe?
Yeah.
But we can always go back.
We've been, I think, Dennis and I and the National Office, Stakeholder Advisory Group, University Consortium, Shannon, and other staff have been thinking about this quite a bit. So if this group is an activity, I don't want to stop any collaborative sort of discussions and ideas that people want to spin off. But as an activity of the North Central Climate Science Center, I think we've kind of hashed through quite a bit of this in some ways. I've got slides I could try to show, which are just grabs from the solicitation, in that we have 3 foundational science areas that are roughly funded with kind of a director or a team lead to have a workshop or 2 a year, a postdoc to see that kind of carry along, and then on the order of 50 to 200K. I kind of got about 400K a year to spend in directed money towards those foundational science areas. So, that's sort of, where the rubber meets the road. And the idea was that through the solicitation, we would have 2 to 4 projects that I like to say we're going to use the shotgun on a squirrel approach. So that
Shotgun on a squirrel?
Or elephant gun on a squirrel or whatever.
I don't know that one.
So what we're doing is going, okay, because I...
Oh, I gotcha. I'm picturing arming the squirrel with a shotgun.
Difficult squirrel with
This is what you wanted?
Yep. So, well, I'll just stop and I'll kind of go to these slides. So kind of using this number 1 suggestion from the NRC report, beginning with the end users in mind, and then kind of priority of process over product, and then linking the information producers. But maybe go to okay, so here's kind of our I'm kind of from the Detroit, but spent enough time in the East Coast, I talk fast and need to move. So,
Who was it that was from the East Coast too? Oh, you.
yeah, really.
Bunchy.
So this is just foundational documents. You can kind of ignore this and this. We're sort of about here. And these are the three foundational areas. And the rough size of these is the investment or kind of activities directing towards those. So climate drivers starting out, but maybe ramping down a little bit. Impacts kind of staying consistent, but adaptation and mitigation increasing in the out years. As a foundation upon which we're building the revamp. And I see revamp as kind of the tree for us. I think Dennis's ideas are somewhat more lofty, is what's going to live on after the Climate Science Center. I think there's going to be ideas and technologies that, I guess, fill that way, but I'll be happy to get you here.
Alive.
And so, what we thought was, what does revamp mean with respect to these three foundational areas? And that sort of questioning, or us thinking about it, led to our solicitation. And we used this as a main framework, but we did say others are available and people can use them. So we're not just married to this, and I realized sort of some of the issues with respect to, there should be probably the societies or the groups involved should be kind of brought into it and understand that. But so what we tried to do with our solicitation is say, we're going to fund somebody going through that process, and we're going to then apply these foundational areas to those projects. So in some ways, I'm hoping that once we pick these projects, this group will be keenly aware of those projects, and as a group, think about how they can contribute to those projects and those decision processes that are going on. The other thing I think that we should think about is the NCCSC's commitment in our 5-year plan to interact with the National Training Center. The NCTC and the classes that they're offering, and that we can see those as early adopters or people that are coming with an issue. And I think I'm confused, and I think it's still being developed, is how the National Park Service's scenario planning interacts with the NCTC's scenario planning workshop. I think that there's kind of a little bit of a disconnect. Not a disconnect, but there's different. Those are further apart, and they're more different things than I had originally thought they were. I thought that it was kind of transitioning from Park Service to being more institutionalized in the Department of Interior. It's not. This is kind of general theory of scenario planning, whereas the Park Service is kind of digging in and doing them at parks. So.
Well, there's a bunch of other scenario planning processes going on as well, inside and outside.
Let me just make a real quick statement about that, because I work a lot with Erica Rowland, who's kind of spearheading that. When that
NCTC effort by that.
NCTC, so Erica Rowland got a contract to review scenario planning with the idea originally, I think when that task was put out, was that somehow that she would be able to help them kind of survey the area of scenario planning and then teach scenario planning at NCTC. And I think when she got into it and started looking around, she said, first off, so there's 28 different ways that people are doing scenario planning, and they're all calling it scenario planning, but they're worlds apart in terms of approach and how you do it. Second thing is she talked to a bunch of Park Service people who had actually done when the Park Service started doing scenario planning. Most of our first workshops were under this kind of concept that we would train the trainers, and that they would go to like this 3-day workshop, and then they would know enough to do it. And it very quickly became apparent that if you wanted to do scenario planning, you're going to need a hell of a lot more training than what you could get in 3 days. You need some real talent to do the kind of scenario planning we were doing and pull it off successfully. And that model of going to a workshop or two and suddenly being able to do it was just not connected with reality. And so then Erica reviewed her thing and said, well, realistically, what they can do at NCTC is probably talk about scenario planning and provide general principles. And so the switch from being a training where the people who did this training would come out being able to conduct scenario planning workshops based on this kind of monolithic model of what scenario planning was, to, well, we can train people so they know what it's about, what the different approaches are, and how one of these approaches might be suitable for their application. But they may or may not feel comfortable trying to actually run that workshop, given the kind of degree of expertise it takes really well. That was my recent conversation with Eric anyway. Is that consistent with
Yeah.
your hearing?
So that explains in more detail that sort of how they're different. And I don't know then how our revamp concept folds into that. I think that the Climate Science Center should be involved, Climate Science Centers should be involved with the scenario planning training at NCTC, and then also be there at scenario planning activities that are in our domain. And so what I'm trying to get at is that it's not just the projects we'll fund, but I think it's the NCTC classes and maybe implementation of those classes in the region. And then I think the idea would be, can you guys kind of generalize research themes that then extend beyond just these particular instances? So this gives us a tangible sort of user to work with, because I think, there's a lot of them out there, and how are you going to know, and what are you going to pick? And we'll be all over the place. But I do think it is, it's not just dedicated to this. It's a foundational science area that we want to see in the papers to say, how does this working? What did or didn't work, or what's generalizable from this approach, and how the climate, is not giving us what we want, or the impacts, So I think there's some, I'm hoping it gives some focus to support that work, and the foundational research areas are supposed to do that. And that work meaning the selected projects, NCTC classes, and maybe some of those implementation of the NCTC concepts in the area. But then have more of a general theme, or research theme. That's where maybe some of the directed money can go to, because they're a postdoc that then could sort of next year look at the 4 projects that we funded and make sure they go to each of those meetings to say, this is the general theme. That's just kind of process, kind of where we are with the Climate Science Center. I thought was worth describing.
Are you saying the fruit idea is like, so fruit might be a good thing, but really you do want the whole like ecosystem or whatever that the fruit is growing in? Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand, this intervention is to try to guide us more towards something that's going to be more helpful for you?
I think the fruit would be through these directed works or NCTC.
Gotcha. Okay.
The projects that were the selected projects in NCTC are some things that we could grab and help. I don't know how much we're going to evaluate these. It was really hard solicitation to write, probably harder to write too. That we said, we want projects that our staff and these foundational areas can contribute to. And it's like, well, what is that staff? It's like, well, the projects are going to help us define it. So it was a cart and horse kind of thing.
So maybe back to, let me say something though, because I think maybe back to John's point, that is a direction that I can see operationalizing what you're talking about, is that, and back to my kind of proof of concept, like those are the kinds of things that hopefully we can help support for these projects through the center, what you described, which is this sort of decision infrastructure analysis, right?
Diagrams or whatever.
Yeah.
What, you think there might be 4?
2 to 4, I would guess.
Can you just take 60 seconds, put a little more meat on revamp infrastructure? What that means? I understand NCTC, and I looked at that.
Right. Infrastructure involves mainly, at this point, software and technology to bring the latest climate information, climate derivatives, into ecological response modeling.
Right.
And trying to have...
Climatic envelope. And that's also driven partly by the NCTC pilot.
That helps with it. Yep, that's part of it. That was the big thing, is bringing climate into ecological response modeling. And then, so we're working on software and scientific workflow software to do that in a way that's repeatable and documented with called provenance, to say any result would have exactly what input went into it, and traceability kind of provenance with respect to the outputs from those. But it kind of stops at that, Shannon's critique of the human dimension kind of societal impact kind of thing. It's a physical science type of infrastructure currently. And that's sort of reflected in this ramping up and down. That the climate, we're kind of feeding that in. We're doing some really exciting things as far as machine services to grab climate data from a distributed archive, supercomputing at Wyoming Supercomputer to run through ecological response models, an ensemble of various combinations of climate and various ways to approach the climate impacts on the fish and wildlife or the natural resources. But and bringing that to people, and we have a neat visualization wall of 24 monitors that you can kind of show at pretty high resolution, the various output results across whatever dimensions. So we've got a way to visualize it, and so then you start to think about, well, how do you bring this?
Was provenance name of a software, or was that your word for?
That's an adjective for
That's an adjective for visitor. Okay.
So, Jeff, so with these proposals that would be coming in, would any of those be working on this vulnerability issue that we're talking about today? Would there be people proposing to do this type of vulnerability research?
There's a couple. They
I was
get
going to say,
funded.
I think they all are in some,
Well,
depending how
not,
you define it.
yeah, not from the social side.
I was wondering, is the,
Good point.
so I was wondering, is the point of this group to, if one of those are funded, to look over them and to see what they're doing and see if we can contribute in some way?
Maybe even more
Or
so
for the
than
next round
not.
of proposals to see what could be done next time?
If there's not a social vulnerability component to anything that's selected, and there's a review panel and the LCCs and others involved with regional USGS folks to help us discern that, so it's not just up to me, it's kind of up to the stakeholder advisory representatives. I would say if there's not a human dimensions vulnerability assessment, that's especially the one we want to have this group and be aware of.
So then the question is, how do we use it?
Best thing is for us not to get funded.
I mean, are you thinking that we might use some of the directed funding for that?
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we will have a decision by, I think, like May 1st or 2nd or 3rd, after the national office reviews everything that's been solicited and review that. Then we've got a meeting on May 13th, I believe, with the team leads from the 3 foundational science areas, the chair of our stakeholder advisory committee, and those funded PIs, to then say, how can the foundational areas work? And with that, we'll know kind of exactly how many dollars we have left in directed funding to say, if proposal X gets funded and they've got a great kind of team here to do it, then maybe we don't have to help them out. We need to stay engaged and kind of harvest from that, but there might not be a strong need to do anything more other than to stay engaged with it.
So would you like us to, I'm just trying to help you guys, help us all with the last hour and a half that we have. So you would like us, what would you like to have at the end of the day here in terms of something? Do you want anything specific, or is this good, just having the brainstorming and whatnot?
So,
My perspective,
yeah.
but it's your meeting, Dennis. My perspective is that it's a little premature to have anything specific. More of an awareness with this group of this strategy. To say, okay, stay tuned, we're going to be selecting some proposals, this group will live on. I think we should think about papers, we want to have research coming out of it, but I think one of my favorite papers, well, I should remember the author, it was Proceedings in the National Academy of Science on the Green Revolution in Mexico. Maybe remember the author. But basically, all this research that said everybody's dumping too much nitrogen on their crops, and then no one reduced any nitrogen until they went in and figured out that the co-op credit unions were giving them money based on how much nitrogen they used. So but that's what I like about that is it's in PNAS, and it's sort of this human dimension story that so there's science that can be done. There's academic work that's legitimate. So that type of thing is why is no-till not taking hold, or how is it taking hold? That's sort of just a quick throw out. But so I guess I'm sort of pretty much happy that the group's together. It's starting to have a foundation. You kind of understand where we're headed. So that's kind of my main, I think it's a little bit early in that we still have to select them. We have that meeting.
It's early for that.
For that, right.
So I think as a group, I mean, on the agenda, we still kind of, it's the same as what we're saying on the agenda and what we put up, which is, I think if we can identify some ideas about publications we want to see. I mean, we've already had some ideas. That's why I started writing them on the Word document, because I think there's kind of maybe some white paper versions that we're talking about, some quick and dirties, and then there's some, taking that to an actual peer-reviewed journal article or set of journal article submissions. I would like to see us work on together. I mean, I think that's a good way to keep us active around something. And if we don't get to that today, it's working towards that. The other thing is, thinking about, I mean, Jeff just described how he sees us fitting into the science plan, and basically, is kind of giving us this opportunity if there are these projects that really need this social science dimension, what would you guys do? What are some of the, we've been getting that, and when you were talking, what I hear you describing is exactly what we're talking about, that, there's these great plans and ideas to do things, and then there's the reality of what really happens and why they did or did not happen in the way they did. And so, I mean, that's really what we're talking about here. So, I think if we were to propose to the center, that guy and powers that be, some fundamental activity based on what we're talking about that needs to be done, and we've got, the skeleton of a bunch of ideas. What would that be? What are maybe some other proposal ideas, that we're talking about for NOAA STARP or for the water sustainability climate, or, any of those type funding mechanisms that fund these types of activities. So, publications, proposals, funding sources, like getting some concrete things that we can do. And then just the sort of broader, I mean, what are some next steps for keeping this group going in terms of, webinars, meetings? We have been talking about having a big regional climate forum sometime, in a year or so? Yeah, and so, what might that look like? What would we want to see happen at that between now and then to prepare for that? So those are just some of the things. So it's time for the coffee break. I recommend we take a long one.
Oh, I think they will.
It says 3:30 on that. From says 3 to 3:30.
No, that's to report back, but we didn't break out.
Isn't it just like 3 to 3:15?
3:30 to 3:45 was going to be the afternoon coffee, but if we start now, we could go till.
You need one. I need one. What? Well, I just whispered to Karina while you guys were talking, maybe we should start happy hour at 4. Because I don't think I'm going to make it to 5:30. I really don't.
Cody and I will travel.
Are you driving back tonight?
Yeah, we're going back. So we might need to leave about 4:30.
That'll be good. Have a happy hour, then start driving.
Why
And
are
I'm
you
guessing
doing?
just a few drinks.
That's all good. Several beer stays.
That's all good.
Several beer stays.
We don't have any drive-throughs, but. How many road beers does it take to get across Nebraska?
Bob?
That's a little 3-6-pack.
We can keep your blood level right legal.
One an hour?
What Jeff was saying,
Don't record it, people.
what Jeff was saying sparked something I wanted to say earlier, and from 2 days ago. I cringe when I think about including economics as it tends to dominate what the social impacts are. There's the numbers, there's the things where we can reduce the numbers. Assume a silver bullet. I heard though, I found very interesting that kind of case study of looking at where the incentives in policy contribute to decisions made on the ground that go against everything the biological and physical sciences are saying, is an appropriate path to be taken. And I mean, we can certainly see that in the water energy nexus at work, just writ large. And I can see it in the ag sectors with, things like that with the ammonia and where the nitrogen, see where the incentives are and why people don't do what you expect them to do once you put the piece out. So that realm of delving into economics may be very worthwhile in terms of our policy piece, really what's behind some of those policies, as opposed to letting it dominate as the social economic indicators for all the things that it usually stands for. So
You don't have to worry about that with me.
Yeah, but I just want to make it explicit for the rest of us to see that there is that concern for those of us who do social science.
Yeah. Agreed. Let's break. Go make your comment, but then let's break it.
It's just a really short comment to Jeff. In the process of the 2 to 4 projects or whatever it is, get funded or whatever, it'd be interesting to have someone doing the science of those 4 projects as they go. And looking and doing an analysis of the different approaches, methods, stages to implementation, because I don't think I tried to get that written into our proposal, and I'm not sure in the budget constraints whether or not it ended up.
I think it was excellent, directed money that would come out of meeting on the 13th to say, okay, we funded 3, we funded 4, let's have somebody watch how those unfold.
I think that's me, honestly, but, we might talk about getting some other support to do that. Because we've talked about this idea since my interview, basically, that would be something.
Across the whole CSC.
Huh?
Why don't Robin and Doug do that across the whole CSC system? So instead of having a sample size of 4, and broader range.
Yeah, but they're not gonna have the same, they're not gonna have the perspective that we have, which is, really focusing on the social, and the integration of the social ecological.
Going back to the low-hanging fruit, I think it gets incredibly complex if you start to look across all 8 climate science centers. I would never go there. Just go down there. We don't need there.
It's a great idea.
I think maybe after 4 years, let's
Yeah.
do this with these in this domain, and then you could think about it going on. But I think it's going to be.
Maybe the southern plains.
You could do north central, south central, but they're just being managed, and their solicited and directed money is so different across all 8 centers. It would be tricky.
It'd be interesting. It would be very useful, but I don't see. I don't really know those guys well, but I don't see that being something that they would take up.
Leave it at that.
When are we coming back?
I thought we were reconvening in another location.
Yeah, you're seriously considering that. So, I don't know. How long do you guys want to break? 15 minutes, half hour? 15? All right. Is there coffee?
I don't, I ran out of my car.
Same place.
Yeah, I think
Same that channel.
And then you put that long drive.
Is that a real?
Yeah.
We'll go back to it. I'll go back to increase.
It's a little bit late.
Yeah.
We need roughly.
I know address it.
I vote for earlier than later.
Well, just to reach that, January, there's a lot of people there.
What if we just go over to Cafe Nino?
That's probably very.
You mean to just call them for another day?
I think it would be.
I'll say like 8.
I would like to end it. Our parents are big. I can't go much more.
Are they?
I went to yogurt bar every day.
they did.
I've been talking about adaptation since Tuesday.
No, I don't know how you're still doing it. I'd be just like, blah, blah, blah.
I'm gonna pay for it. I feel like that's what I'm doing. Am I making any sense anymore?
No, I mean, this has been really good, though. It's a lot, though.
It is a lot. That's, yeah.
It's like a whole week of Hopefully learning.
That doesn't mean you can skip all next week, though.
Yeah.
Hey, Kristen, you know, we have a viz wall. We should connect with their viz wall.
You got
I know.
something, science on a square.
Yeah.
I
I mentioned it to, Bill Neff the other day.
I'm thinking like 5
Gotta
instead
try
of
to see.
5:30. I can't take it.
Really make some contact.
My head's about to explode. I feel my headache coming back.
A trial run. We should.
I've worked in 3 different places.
I think we're making some good progress on
Yeah.
Rail's connection with the geodata.
Did you actually go there?
All the data. I'm hoping I can run a summary about, you know, the climate data that's becoming higher and higher in temporal resolution, higher and higher spatial resolution. And I need
In the where?
temperature during the warmest quarter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm going to download 50 years of hourly data. Being at 7 whenever. You know, as we go along, it's almost like we need to be able to generate we've worked with Casper and through NYU, the National
Gotcha.
It turns out what?
Climate data infrastructure building blocks, the idea. Climate information building blocks, IBDS, playing on their name, to do just that, to have this distributed network where heat stress index and drought stress index are all more high in their construction, their algorithm, and they reside, that algorithm resides in the climate data center, and you just order the data. So I want the heat stress index from Lawrence Livermore, or I want the heat stress index from the geodata portal, from Prism data, and I want the heat stress index from all the CSC 5 data sets and CSC 3. I don't want to download all those. I just want and that we about that proposal, then you can build a database of who's asking for what, or to understand which indices or summaries people are using. I use summaries in Andrea because you guys have your summaries. 3-month forecast summaries, or, you know, what,
No, I'm totally with you.
So,
I have my students today. Before I get to know Joe, and before I actually got myself a postdoc coming, you know, Infield, who will be here, do climate science outreach for it. I bought SimClim from New Zealand.
I put it on
Climate Wizard. You've seen the Climate Wizard? Have you poked around on it? The TNC. It's a much more sophisticated GIS-based Climate Wizard that also works well with station data and building event analysis and threshold building.
does it require you have the data?
They sell it to you.
But the data is sort of, you buy the data and the software.
Yes.
And that's neat, but see, I'm trying to move toward this integrated, this distributed.
No, I'm with you. I'm saying that I went and did this because I wanted to play with it, you know. But
So we can currently do it, we don't get the grid. So the grid equivalent of, you know, let's just use heat stress index, for example. I can't make a grid of heat stress index and download the whole grid. But I can feed a point, that long, or a polygon to the distributed climate data set, and I can extract climate information for that point or polygon. I can do that remotely. So the next step is then to run an algorithm on that.
Yep.
And then we relate that to the observations, ecological observations, presence, absence, or abundance, and then once you fit the model, it's a little bit backward approach and say, okay, well, we did need heat stress index from this climate data set, that's what we decided, and then let's extract that data set, run that, construct that heat stress index for that grid. We still have to do that outside the algorithm.
I can see that. You bootstrap it to a better do a better link between the whatever the index is and your observation.
So the idea is gonna be like, okay, we're actually working on like T-graphs and the distribution of T-graphs in the West. We're using PRISM data, but I'm gonna say, what happens if we use these forecasts with all sorts of, projections, between CMIT 3 and CMIT 5, and an ensemble model across CMIT.
Oh, yeah. Since I first read the science plan, I read about the center, this resonates with me. I want to do this with implants. I want to do this with implants. Well, I'm actually, you know where I got it. I mentioned it in the early, I mentioned it in the pager when I was part of the Jonathan proposal. I needed to find a place that I could work as a social scientist. And I settled on Tableau, which is a business analytics software and dashboarding software. And I can find its limits, but it's really working out well because it helps me visualize. I can write little scripts to run. I index things. What I want to do is bring that climate data into conversation with, say, implants. The input-output from national, county level, or even zip code input-output impact assessment, socioeconomic model. That's where we ought to go. And I've already tried to get it funded twice. I'll keep trying. You have to buy implants. It's developed by the Forest Service. Now it's vended by a company. And you can do history. We could rerun past droughts with economic data. That's interesting. Just like the Hurricane Center now reruns past hurricanes with storm surge, and then runs it into FEMA's hazard, which is the flood impact and flood, hurricane, and wind impact model. We could rerun past drought with implants. And we'll do that. We'll do that. I've got a small proposal in now, and I've talked to NIDA several times, and they like our dashboards, and they were supporting us. I'm funded to do this. The only problem with implant is I don't know how to run it until I get trained on it. So I need to buy both the training and the software that comes together again. Probably to do Missouri, we would. That's good. I don't know. I can't. Their pricing routines are a little odd. You actually buy it state. Buy the state. Buy it by state, you get all the history. But one way it looks like it's like it's $10,000 a state. It can't be, but yeah, I'm gonna get there. Within a year, we'll actually have a link between this socioeconomic input-output model and something in the climate realm. We'll just see. We'll see. There's a couple people here that do it. Pritchard over in Ag Econ, and a new guy who came from
I don't know Pritchard, but
Jim Pritchard.
References.
Yeah, James Pritchard. Right. Yeah. He's got some. They've kind of stepped away from the modeling to their surveys. They've been doing surveys of farmers and ranchers on drought impact. And then another guy.
Are they on the survey with Wyoming? Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Ag research.
I don't know.
I saw a seminar by a lady who did a survey in Wyoming about ranchers and their reaction to drought, what they do.
Oh yeah, and that just got published. I saw that. No, they've been so far. I've seen they have a contract with the state. I'm familiar too because that just came out.
Yeah, she forwarded me.
In fact, you sent me the article, didn't you?
I might have.
Yeah, you did, and I appreciated it. I immediately sent it to two of my students that were interested in ranching down in Gunnison. Thanks a lot for sending that. Sure. James Pritchett and the other guy whose name I'm gonna get there, another economist, has been funded by the state of Colorado. So their surveys have been mostly in actually southeast Colorado, where ranchers and farmers really got hit last year.
Yeah. Have you studied any
Sort of
related to the
panels.
Dust Bowl?
But somebody's gotta do it.
You used to write a lot about it.
Because I just was reading a GIS guy wrote, a guy who's now in Kansas, he was in Minnesota, wasn't, he wrote to evaluate it. There's some pretty strong evidence of serious dust bowls in 18, that were every bit as bad, and if you just look at the accounts of them, and then he shows like counties reporting dust bowls, and you know the winds are kind of from the west to the east, and the heavy agriculture was more in the eastern domain, and the dust bowls were starting. So this guy's in a spatial context, and it was that it wasn't that we overplowed the land, like the narrative tries to say, and the New Deal saved us all from that. But it was just when you have 10 years of drought, even the native
That's interesting.
aren't going to hold.
Yeah, no.
So I was wondering if we have, what's the potential for another one? And I guess there's dust storms every couple of years.
You can see them on the satellite.
If you're right. But are we going to have anything as bad? Well.
So Seeger says that.
That's the guy. Where's Seeger? Because he's
At Columbia.
okay, right.
He was
He's
just down in Boulder.
The temperature connection with the Dust Bowl, and so I'm kind of wondering, has anyone done the modeling to predict what brought about those dust storms?
There's an old dust storm database.
Yeah, we're going to look
in the
really
Great Plains.
stupid if there's another Dust Bowl in 2 years,
Yeah.
and we didn't forecast it.
Yeah.
You know,
Agreed.
and it's more the South Central domain, but gosh, you know.
Maybe.
Really?
1891 was a remarkably dry year.
I think that's the one that this guy is. I forget the GIS guy. I'll forward you
I'll
the
be
link.
interested.
It's an Esri publication. It's for great literature.
Oh,
from
yeah.
Esri.
Yeah, I wrote my.
It's called. I think it's called the place the Dust Bowl, or scaling the Dust Bowl. I think it's called. And it's a really interesting article.
It's a very old historic dust storm database that was published years ago in the Annals of the AAG that we ought to try to get up. We got to build more central and northern Great Plains. I wrote my dissertation on North Dakota drought. And how farmers in North Dakota coped. I had to use a different pattern because it was 1893, 1961. Ended up until 1988. 1961 was about the driest, most agriculturally effective drought in North Dakota. Believe it or not, because they didn't have the 50s, and they kind of squeaked through the 30s. 61, and then in 1988, North Dakota had essentially no yield. No yield. They abandoned most of the crop of the state of North Dakota when Yellowstone was burning.
Okay,
it was very much of a northern event. It was dry out there too.
You know, is it sort of? I think from what my read of the Columbia work and this guy's GIS was that it's got to be kind of 5 years. But are we getting close to that? In Texas, we're in year 3, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's kind of scary, and you know, if this is right, the ag practices weren't really that much to do with the Dust Bowl, then we haven't changed anything, and we're going to be seeing them again. You know, if there's, I know we predict drought, but we don't really predict dust storms too much. But I know there was Stan Moraine who's working with some satellite data to try to do it with the NASA project. But I didn't see any real. I saw project reports, but I didn't see a publication.
Identified with the joint impact report as one indicator for wildfires when they use whatever, but possible problems, I don't think that's a serious issue. As one of the impacts.
Dust storm, I don't think it's, I don't know if
they're not listing
dust storm listing
I don't
on
think
the impact reporter.
No.
But maybe it ought to be added because,
Is it the Yellowstone Fire of '88 you're talking about?
Well, I was talking about drought in the northern plains, which was also 88.
Right.
And it ends up being right in North Dakota, the lowest yields of their, the largest yield departures of their history. Because they didn't have a 50s drought. Right. And they didn't do as bad in the 30s drought.
And is there any adaptation if there's going to be another Dust Bowl type of level of dust storm?
Well, you know, it sounds like there's not.
After the 30s was tapping the Oglala and other places and
going to
groundwater.
irrigation, but
now that's got that buffer.
Right.
You know, it's got to be that
Put your start on your windows and Hope for
that
the best.
it must be that that cropped land must yield more dust in the second or third year of a job than either natural grassland or returned grassland out of the CRP.
Right.
It's got to be maybe that fifth year to finally do in the grass.
That's what, well, it's this report, this guy's report was saying, you know, there's major reports in the 1890s.
Mm-hmm.
That was all, there's no plowing. That was all.
Oh, right.
So it gets to the point where.
That was one of the years where the, Interior Department, prior to the Interior War Department, settling the tribes on the reservation. The 1890s was like, okay, buffalo hunting is over, you're gonna be farmers.
Oh.
Let's start you farming in a drought.
Yeah, that's right.
In a
That
dust storm.
will really work for you, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, only all from here.
That's right.
Yeah, John Wesley Powell wrote about the 1890s drought on the plains. He actually went out there and reminded people that
Under the meridian.
you
still recording? I don't think anybody's on the phone. I think it's just recording. Wow. Assuming it's even still working.
Hopefully next time it'd be like 50 cents. That's a bold assumption.
It is a pretty bold assumption. It is still recording. I just recorded a lot of something. All right, so Dennis is back, so we can
Get back to work.
get back to work.
We were just having fun with fruit and all.
Dad is back. We gotta get back to work. So I
Built into the chart.
I think we're gonna just take another hour, cause I'm gonna, seriously, my head's gonna just explode right off my head and it's gonna fall down, so, no. So we're gonna go till 5 and then we're gonna go to Cafe Vino.
Okay, great.
Mary, got us a space there, so.
Oh, I might even join you for a few minutes.
You should. You should. Yeah, we can walk there, actually. Right across the tracks. So I think that we, should get real up in here. Talk about what we're gonna do and what people can do and what people need to do, because we talked about a lot of great stuff, and I think, you know, Dennis is gonna write this report up. I'm just kidding. But, you know, what are we actually gonna do from here? So we talked about some publication ideas, some proposal ideas, some funding issues, and I think we should talk about what's realistic. So, where's the, so you were writing down a lot of stuff too, if you
Definitely.
Rudy. But I wrote down a couple of the.
I wrote them over with the fruit, basically. Those are like.
Yay.
Low-hanging fruit?
Yeah, well, the idea was tangible things you could hold in your hand and like that carry forward and work on together that would engage people in the room even, and then grow from there as well. So those are the kinds of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that.
I don't know what the vast and
Oh, it's supposed to be a capital A. That's why.
Vulnerability assessment?
yeah.
So one was, and I think we need to figure out if anybody's done this, which I don't think they have. They're looking at what the agency, climate change response plans, vulnerability assessments, and all that kind of stuff are. And then we talked about sort of looking at the different approaches that they're using, right? Sort of comparing them, comparing and contrasting them, right?
Yeah, it's the green fruit over there, assessment of what different agencies are doing.
Yeah, exactly.
And package them in some way that's useful for people to access what everybody's doing.
Right.
Is that already over there? So
Yeah, it's okay to put it
I think we should concretize things on that sheet.
So what else? Do I write?
Well, there were two aspects that I heard in the room, which were, one was collect what's going on, but then put it together in such a way that it's actually useful for everybody here to then work with, or other people outside to work with. So the packaging of it and the collecting of it.
And so people were talking all big that this would be a collective effort. I mean, is this something that people can actually do and contribute to? Or is this the kind of thing that I'm gonna?
Are you talking about all climate change vulnerability assessments or ones with?
No, no, that's a good distinction. I think the guiding documents, the frameworks and plans and those things.
Well,
not all the assessments.
Crow that mentioned it, so maybe you guys can, one of you two back there.
Yeah, the assessment frameworks, methods, like the guidance documents.
But you asked whether it's about social or other kinds of.
Yeah, this is something I'm pretty involved in, and I was just wondering if it's practical for this particular group to take it on.
That's what I'm asking. Huh?
ILMAG, there's
ILMAG?
Interagency land
Managers
something.
advisory group or something.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a subgroup within that terribly acronym group that is thinking about vulnerability assessment and actually wants to put together sort of a database of what's been done and so that land managers can go and access that
So how is what you were talking about different than that before? That you said you would like, or is it not? Can we take it off our list?
Well, actually, maybe one of the things to do is to ask what this list is about. Is this being proposed as an action item or just a possible action item to be discussed?
No, action item. I want us to talk about what we're actually gonna do. Because having a big list of things, I mean, I think we have the list of ideas already.
But in that case, I think this discussion about what the magnitude of that effort is and what it is is really important because NOAA has major stuff about vulnerability assessments. We have scanning the conservation horizon, the Great Northern LTC with Tom Olaf just wanted to try to figure out what vulnerability assessments were being conducted in that area that were useful to managers. And it turns out that this is it's like getting a small cap rock or something that's on a huge rise right now, that there's just this explosion of vulnerability assessment activities. And there's ones for communities, there's ones for water, there's the watershed stuff, it's just a really broad field, and it would be pretty easy to take that on and suddenly find out that it's a hell of a lot more work than you think. And what is it you really want to know about it?
So my perspective on this, and maybe you were talking about something else, is, as I said, I was already kind of collecting the main documentation from all the agencies that were just like the kind of, climate change response plan and the rapid vulnerability assessment, those kinds of things, and doing some sort of review of what those are, what, how they compare, how they're different, and sort of what they're missing in terms of integrating the social aspect to it, which none of them do.
Again, these are frameworks, not examples of the framework.
Right, not the actual assessment.
I see, okay, yeah. That's quite different than my interpretation of it.
Right.
I think that what you just said was what I thought was being said before.
Yes, that's what I thought you were talking about.
Of the language things, but
I can't have both. We're talking about fruit here, okay? The low-hanging fruit.
It was your thing, Nick, right, that you mentioned. So, I mean, we can actually resolve this uncertainty right now by, talking to
I'm
Nick.
looking right at it, I'm just talking.
I think that both of these are valid and need to be done and are useful. So I think within the context of this group, I think there has to be that social aspect to it.
Right, the social lens, right.
That was what I was just about to say. It would be I think it would be interesting, particularly given the focus on doing the social piece, would be to do an analysis of those broader, do and write up an analysis of how they're missing the social part, where they're missing it, where it's key.
Okay, so you're working on this, okay, great.
Well, and a place to start is this meeting that was just held in Denver. There were a lot of statements made about how many there were and how there's an explosion and so on and so on. So there may already be projects out there trying to do this a little bit. So we may maybe find some economies of scale just in looking through what was said at that meeting.
Yeah.
I left a little bit early yesterday, so my question was, what is the legacy of that meeting? Is there some body of material that's accessible that,
I don't know.
because right now I just have a few handful of notes in a program, and I'm kind of wondering.
There is that Cake
what the,
X kind of website. Yeah, so if people did register their project, although I stopped at the thing where it said, oh, you have to fill all this stuff out about your project, and that I didn't do it. So.
But it's more project level rather than, say, framework.
No, that's not true. That Cake is broader than just projects, yeah, it's framework.
But maybe that's somewhere we could look in together.
But making it
I have
the agencies also more tangibly small.
What now?
Just doing this, looking across the assessments of the agencies.
There's a million, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying so just what the agencies are using. So the four agencies that we're talking about here, BLM, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife, and Park Service.
Yeah.
And I think if you're looking for social aspects of those VAs, that will be a very small project.
Exactly, that's what we're talking about.
So there you go, it's an apple at this point, it's an apple.
It's kind of been on my, it's been on my to-do list, but it's very far down, so now it's just getting pushed
Take it the next step, and, I mean, you're talking vulnerability assessment, but what about plans, adaptation plans and strategy?
Yes.
We wanna get at the end.
I mean, I think that's part of this at the high level, that's,
Okay.
it says adaptation
Okay,
planning right here,
okay,
so,
so not just assessments, yeah.
yeah,
That, I think it's better to be broader.
yeah.
Although I think that latter, the case of the adaptation plans, because there's a federal requirement now, I believe, to put plans in place, that may be easier to wait a little bit and see in a year or something what's out there at that point. Because the assessments, I get the feeling they're being done now to inform maybe the plans. But you guys in the agency might know that.
The plans are supposed to be coming out now.
Oh, maybe?
And I thought that's what this Department of Interior thing was,
The plans are at all different levels, so you have like a national plan, and parks to do individual plans, what does that mean? So I think that there's, in the vulnerability assessments, I think we're gonna be doing those for the rest of our careers. Because, it really depends, do you need a vulnerability assessment for an endangered species, or do you want it to habitat levels, or do you want an REA at some gigantic biome level? So they occur at different levels of detail and different spatial scales and different levels of risk.
Yeah, we're just talking about starting kind of at the 1,000-foot level, just the primary, I mean, they're all sitting on my desk, on our shelves over there.
I like the idea of the Park Service one, because we don't really have a guiding document that involves how we should do them and where and when.
I'm not actually aware that any of the organizations talking about what you call guides about how to do
Well, whatever they are, you have the climate change response plan or whatever.
And we have the action plan, and it says that we'll do vulnerability assessments for all of our partners like that. Maybe that's your framework, but it doesn't say these will address cultural resources, or these will address our facilities, or these will address our natural resources, or there'll be a social component. They're really extremely broad guidelines with a huge amount of details that, to the scale that we're working at, those details are really important, and details are not filled in.
Right.
Well, I mean, and that's useful from a research perspective, and it's pointing out, like where are they directing people, at what scales, what kinds of guidance, and what.
Like I said, I'm saying, right now, they're not directing the people to any of those things.
Well, so
have the funding to do
that out.
Pointing that out in relation to something like a social ecological system natural model would be, maybe, I don't know, would it be useful?
I don't think so, not to me, but, maybe to a researcher who's interested in those processes, it could be, but to a manager in a management agency, they probably already know that the guidance isn't there, and so telling them that it's not there, it's like, well, we already know that now, what are we supposed to do? And that was some of the earlier discussions we had about people are really interested in knowing, how do I address this?
So it sounds like the product you'd like is the actual guidance.
But so the guidance falls out of finding out where the guidance is lacking.
I don't want to really guide this. This is a way deeper conversation. Dennis was involved also in producing Scanning the Conservation Horizon, and I don't know if there's anybody else in the room that's now involved in producing the sequel to that. And I actually am the lead author on the chapter in that on vulnerability assessments and also the monitoring component which comes after it. So these are things that we've given a lot of thought to, and they're really difficult issues. And vulnerability assessments really new. The difference between what we know now and when we publish scanning is a world of different. We have 4 times as many examples now than we had a year and a half ago. So, some of the reason the guidance doesn't exist is because we're still learning how to do this. And about the time you get finished writing it up, it's out of date because we moved past it. So, this is a really rapidly evolving area. What's the challenge?
Right, but the point being that there's still no social science in that. There's still very ecosystem focused to that. So I think that's the lens we're talking about putting on it.
Yeah, and in the National Climate Assessment, when they had the vulnerability assessment meeting, 3 years ago or now? Dennis, if you were there or not? I think it was in Atlanta. And there were people at that meeting. Susan Moser was probably the most vocal one. Yeah, we don't think that a vulnerability assessment should be considered a legitimate vulnerability assessment. It doesn't have the social science component in it.
Let me propose a product that take some planning, but something that we might find useful is actually having a workshop on a social ecological vulnerability assessment for natural resource managers within our domain.
I think that would be a real contribution. That would be a step forward. And rather than kind of documenting that we don't have it, how would you suggest that we do it?
So we could bring experts together from different viewpoints, organize a 3-day workshop to really focus on how do we actually do this thing that we call vulnerability assessment. And it'd be really nice, tangible output that would provide some guidance.
Something like scanning the conservation horizon in a smaller format that, for example, took Rudy's tools and had a chapter in there about what tools could people who are interested in, where could they find out how to engage social scientists. It would have the list of authors there and maybe their affiliations, because managers realistically are probably not the clients for your tool. It's probably the people in this room who are kind of the interface. Some of them are researchers or people like me and Nick who are kind of meant to be at the mid-level and interface between the researchers and managers that would use that tool to help design a study. And the managers just want to know, who do I hire to do it? Because we don't have the time or expertise to do it. So we need to get the money and pay somebody. And that person we pay needs to use your tool to help them design the project that meets the needs of the managers.
Again, we're now offshoot, we can talk about it on here. The concept is that the manager needs to know what to talk to the consultants about. Or needs to know what, so they need to walk into a room or get on the phone with a researcher or somebody who's going to collect the data to give them the information to make the decision. They need to be able to go to that table and learn. And that's what we're trying to do.
And that's
so that they know who to talk to and what to talk to them about.
I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit, though, because if we have a workshop, I mean, we're basically going to be doing more of talking about what we're talking about today and saying there's no case studies out there that have done that.
I think we could see how we can organize it, parsed out into segments to where it builds into having a better understanding of what the vulnerability assessment is. And actually do it with decision makers so that we have their perspectives too. So I could see a series of even panel discussions led by, a couple of researchers, a couple of managers, kind of setting the stage and having then some discussions.
This was the content, the original Powell Center proposal for human dimensions of climate change was to conduct the Powell Center workshop with these people that are going to come together and we're going to talk about the human dimensions of climate change and how you go about understanding the decisions or the information necessary to make decisions associated with that. Getting together a work group of people who were going to come together and the primary output was the guidelines and principles document.
Okay. So we can build on that.
I already have the proposal written. I have a list of names for people to come to it.
So what about, John, you and I had talked about at one point possibly picking up the Black Hills stuff you did, for example.
Yeah.
And maybe revisiting that, with a kind of a social lens. Would that be a good place to start, to think about what, doing a workshop and building on that?
I'd have to think about that more and talk with some of the people up there. But that discussion came, I don't want to get sidetracked there. That would be a worthwhile discussion because they were kind of primed, but we didn't really follow up on it. It was another one of those one workshop, and then hopefully magic happened. Magic didn't happen, so it'd be nice to go back and continue the discussion.
What was the name of that?
There's something
The
about
Black Hills vulnerability assessment.
That's building, crossing the boundaries or bridging.
one of those building bridges workshops.
Jeff.
Reading that, you were there, and Joe gave good talks.
So to be clear though, a quick question. I heard over here that it was about the guidelines and principles document for doing a socio-ecological vulnerability assessment. Is that what you're talking about as the end result product of a 3-day workshop, or are you talking about actual implementation within those 3 days?
No, it's more the guidelines.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to say.
I think if you do the guidelines, it would be really nice to design that as a project where the workshop discusses the guidelines and tries to do something. And I know after we worked in the Park Service on doing that, we started up a project on doing a vulnerability assessment of Badlands. And I worked very closely with the person, Barry Kraskelski's group did that, and it was really insightful to actually then try and do one of these things, having
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm coming from a little bit, and I would even back up a step and say that my preference would be to do some preparatory work before it too, because you can, it's one thing to provide guidance, but it's another thing to actually know how to go out and do this and know the context that you're getting into. So I would, that would be something I or maybe someone like Karina or some one of us would be able to, kind of be that person that's on the ground and going through the whole process and making it more of a, not just a workshop, but more of a, somewhat of a research effort along with a workshop and sort of guidance.
I'm wondering about, the thing that I was thinking about is the King County, University of Washington product about how to develop an adaptation plan, and everybody and their dog around the United States uses that. There are 4 different counties in Colorado that are using that as their guidebook for how to move forward. So but I'm not sure about the process around that. I don't know, Andrea, if it was more along the lines of getting something out with a specific situation or more theoretical in terms of how they developed it.
Well,
it seems like that kind of result is what would be optimal for the group.
I think the King County was more pragmatic, oriented toward practitioners, and so they had engaged, the county planners and things. And I think this is
urban focus. Yeah.
Well, I'm
the
talking
process that you're talking about is, I think, what's needed in what we're talking about is that engagement in the beginning.
Yeah, because didn't that come out of a SIG when they were the reset? It was a reset project.
Well, I was thinking about that for the same reason, but not for the same reason, but as an example, it intends to document the trials and tribulations of the Climate Science Center and work on adaptation, and plan to facilitate that.
Yeah, I mean,
point about planning to document this from now, starting to get the processes of evaluation and the mechanisms to make sure that everyone says they're going to document lessons learned at the end of the project, and they're very, very happy to just start thinking about it, do it in a specific way from the beginning.
Yeah.
Can you just clarify, you were talking about having to be focused on the social science, but can we just assume that you're talking about having the ecological information right there too?
Yes.
So, okay.
It's not focused on the social sciences.
But integrating.
It's more of having the lens
of
how you integrate the social sciences.
So that you would have the social scientists, but you'd also have your ecologists,
Yes.
your scientists, and okay.
Social ecological.
Just so we understand.
Yeah.
That's good.
I guess to see this workshop, I guess I'm wondering, maybe they don't exist, but can we find a few exemplars of social vulnerability or social ecological vulnerability to give us a place to kind of start? And that, since maybe not going through a detailed evaluation of a whole lot of them, but try to find a few that can help us see what some of the parameters are, if you will, or and maybe there's some that we would say, oh, this is a good, maybe it's the King County thing. But I was just thinking a little bit about trying to start with something concrete a little bit as a way to help at least me get my head around, okay, because I can spend my time at 50,000 feet. I don't have a problem doing that, But it doesn't often doesn't get us much further than having a big view of the problem, and I need something to feed that a little bit from. Here are some examples.
Are you talking about assessments, or are you talking about what exactly?
I mean, if our target is to develop guidelines for a social ecological vulnerability assessment, looking at a couple examples helps make it a little bit more concrete. We can, as we look at them, we can go through them and critique what's good about them and what's missing about them and these kinds of things. Just make it, rather than I worry about just kind of starting, okay, what's the ideal assessment, and then trying to build on it, spend a lot of time.
Right. So, I mean, yes, but there's a lot of that out there. So, I mean, I guess it would be, my question would be, how do we scale it to something that is useful to this group? Because, I mean,
really a lot that you're impressed with?
don't think there are a lot.
I mean, so there's a lot in other sectors. There's not in the conservation ecosystem
But
sort of sector, so.
those are the examples that we want to bring, like Alpha White or something that, the more socio-ecological analysis that was done in the Gunnison, or the work that Karina's doing.
I mean, I did a full-blown, for my PhD, I did a full-blown end-to-end, vulnerability, social ecological assessment. I've presented on it. It's
I'm just saying, let's,
online.
when we focus the mind on this task, is to have an example of one that people can look at. Otherwise, people spend quite a bit of time on, well, what do you really mean by a social? In fact, we did a workshop in 2011 on social vulnerability assessment. I guess I'm not sure how much we use social vulnerability assessment as the word assessment, but we spent 3 days in Montana talking about this with lots of experts and some managers and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, I think one of the things we came away with is that some people want those assessments to be large scale, and others want them to be contextual. And so the large scale people are gone off and they're trying to do their thing, and the contextual people are going off and trying to do their thing. And I think there may be a Journal of Forestry article that comes out of this sometime soon that kind of talks a little bit about that tension. No, it's before Karina, and I'm not even an author on it, so I'm not sure what's exactly in there, but that was one of the products of the workshop. So, part of me feels like it's a bit of redoing what we did. That's not to say that we shouldn't do that, but I feel like we need a little bit more of a concrete target, and some exemplars might help to do that, if we can find some.
Okay. But it was an answer that it didn't integrated, like multiple, integrated assessment.
Yeah, I guess, okay, so I guess I'm wondering what format you would like to interact with that information.
Well, I mean, if I were to plan a workshop, I would have the participants in some way pre-examine those things so that they have some idea what those are, and then maybe the workshop organizers, sort of build the agenda of the workshop around some analysis and critique or review of that in order to get to this set of guidelines.
So I guess, what we can, rather than plan everything out, if the idea of having a workshop like this is something that collectively we see is useful, we could, self-organize a small planning team and have whatever emerges be reviewable by everyone, so everyone can have, comment and add to it, and just let's see what emerges. I think we're probably close, it's Friday afternoon. It might be too difficult to really get to the details, just kind of talking past each other. But I think the idea of this, of organizing a workshop around something that's tangible and usable is enough for me to go, a number of us to go forward and say, let's formulate it. Let's pitch this idea back and forth around, collectively.
Would it the option of inviting at least one representative from each of the projects we fund as well as the final?
Okay.
Would that help with that, or just
yeah, something along those lines. I guess that, someone from the management, someone from the decision-making component. And actually, some of these research projects don't have managers really involved with them.
Stuff we fund with.
Yeah. So,
or they propose on. The NCTP is a little trigger. Drive share by
Thank you. Thank you.
So anyway, I think we need to consider that. Can't say. Without reviewing, yes.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just saying something to consider.
I would suggest that in terms of an action item moving on, just say that's a good idea, assign somebody, maybe Dennis, sounds like you're interested in leading the charge, drawing up a one-pager and circulating or whatever you think the appropriate next action is. But it sounds like there's enough support. See if there's
if you want me to write something down, tell me what it is, because there was a lot of conversation going on. It wasn't quite this one, this workshop.
Well, I think it's that we've sort of blessed that as an idea worthy of development.
Well, I don't know if you just want one idea, but I also thought there were some legs to the idea of, a review of the decisions or sort of a, whatever we call it, a decision-based, inventory, either lit review or, through research, other research.
Just like,
It's kind of like
So tell me what to write, or I can just get it.
the orange fruit over there, or it's on here as a,
it says lit review of federal land
identify
manager
decision
decisions.
space, yeah.
So we have a kiwi and we have an orange so far. Looks like we got some grapes up there too.
Yeah, there's some grapes and I don't know what the red fruit, like a peach or an orange or something, and then there's an apple. But,
Like federal land managers, that kind of a thing.
well, we talked about the decisions and how understanding what the major decisions are and families of decisions would be helpful for being able to tell where we might fit in.
And do you mean fire prescribed litter or?
Yeah, that's a decision, deciding
Thinning
the
or
thinning,
force management
practices.
That's what I feel like it would be really helpful for me anyway, to have some themes that are important in this study area.
And I
that
think
are
the decision space as well beyond the themes is the like institutional scales of like the fire plan happens at this scale, and then surely there's like regional plans or and I don't know your institutional system well enough to kind of understand how that would work, but you'd have to think about what the different decision spaces are at different scales that would go from that up to the regional planning.
And having delved briefly into that for looking at a carbon decision space, like where would decisions relevant to carbon management play out, it's really complicated. Any decision, it's like not just there's a person making the decision, but they're influenced by decisions made at other levels and other kinds of government and so on. So it's complicated, but I mean, what I was thinking, or what I thought we were talking about with this idea would be to say, are there some kind of groups of types of decisions that are made often in different places, but follow a strict sort of pattern, things that they have to do to make that decision, where inputs might be useful to where, we could understand those families of decisions and the scales, and where they're, without getting too complicated, but pick some major ones that seem relevant for this region, and then have that as a basis to put together with other things we'd be doing, which is understanding the decision context, which, again, not having to follow any one decision in great detail for years and years,
but I mean, it could be interesting to pick different decisions if you were going to do a kind of piece natural across all of them, and then pick a couple of decisions at different scales.
to follow in detail. Yeah, exactly. Like the typology, I think, was used, or the word typology. It was that idea. So, and then, exactly, delve into a couple of them to see, well, what are the barriers to information at these scales, or if you're looking understanding vulnerabilities in this decision type of area. And I mean, but with the idea of thinking of scaling or generalizing as well.
Do you feel like, Lisa, from the work you did so far, interviewing federal land managers, that could be kind of a starting point to develop the typology, and then we could work on, how we would sort of build on that?
Yeah, and I think through the network you have here, I mean, the CSC network of people and agencies involved, you could quickly scan and get, I've done some interviews in great detail about a particular area, carbon or, things that intersect with that, but we could pick some areas or some scales.
Well, I'm thinking typology of federal adaptation-related decisions, like something like that, climate adaptation-related decisions.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Adaptation sensitive.
Yeah, there's ones that, you guys are interested in social ecological connections, right?
Mm-hmm.
And immediately the things that pop out for federal land managers, I think, are things like thinning forest decisions about prescribed burning, decisions about, if you go into the biomass kind of energy area, there's a few places trying to think about that, decisions about managing the wildland-urban interface. I mean, that's also a fire thing. Replanting, you know, any decisions about that. And the replanting is interesting because in terms of adaptation, changing the species types that you're thinking about using as your zones are changing with changing climate. That's actually happening in places. So, you know, those are the kinds of decisions that are made on an annual basis. You know, they're made frequently enough that you could get a grasp on what kinds of things are important for those decisions and how does climate factor in and what kinds of vulnerabilities need to come out. There are probably others that have to do with managing for the ecosystem, like grazing permit decisions. What other things could I think of? Well, I mean, species is such a the agencies manage for species as well. Obviously, if they've got endangered species and they have to try to preserve that habitat, or sometimes they manage to preserve, like you were talking about Colorado and state goals versus federal. Managing for game species that cross into federal lands is important. For example, elk. You know.
So maybe a way of entering that would be to actually have a discussion with various agency groups and maybe the Missouri River Basin Climate Change Group or Army Corps might be, you know, an example. But to actually make this work, I would think you want engagement of a management entity that really is in the midst of trying to resolve something, so that whatever we come up with when we're looking at this typology across agencies would be embedded in a process, so that we actually work through it together and actually bring in, you know, sort of all the knowledge and expertise to actually deal with this management decision space. And not just not do it hypothetically, because we've done a lot of academic exercises, but do something that would be tangible and useful. And then we may not find those agencies right off the bat. Just kind of work through our network, use our network to kind of find who is it that's interested to work on. You know, any one of those topics would be interesting.
Exactly. I guess I would say have both in your handbasket or in your egg basket, because the thing with following a specific decision is it plays out in real time, which takes years to play out.
Yeah.
And I mean, because we're doing that down in the San Juans, and we're following a real decision about a thinning decision that's going to be made in a specific area. It's been a year now. We've been tracking this and talking with people. I think they're having their first workshop, you know, like this summer. I mean, things take a while to evolve. Sure. So in terms of early, easy successes, I think we could do both. Like I would say, getting the typology together and verifying it quickly with our network of actual real on-the-ground people making decisions. Oh yeah, these are the kinds of decisions I could see where climate factors in. And then getting some partnerships built out to where we do what you're saying, like in-depth, on the ground, a real decision that really could use input. So that's my suggestion. Just okay.
This is Geneva on the phone. May I chime in?
Hello.
Hi. Is there potential to talk about or think about offering your sort of workshop services into the sage grouse listing decision? Because that's really sort of reaching ahead right now. So it could be an interesting place to offer this type of service.
That would be a good concrete one.
Yeah, another way of looking at this is there's specific decisions, but then there are a number of different management plans that are repeated over and over different kinds of things. So there's the forest management plan, the BLM, resource management plan. There's things like endangered species listings, and so there's within even the North Central, there's a number of different ones that keep those going on simultaneously, and they're each at somewhat different places in their cycle. And so I see those as kind of a family of decisions.
Yeah, exactly.
You would have an opportunity to look at what are the climate science needs, and also what are some of the adaptations. These are all possibilities for adaptation, and how you might work on that. And you could look at a couple of those longitudinally, as well as looking across for a number of these. And then, as you say before, one of these is everything. In terms of an opportunity, one of the just big, huge elephants sitting over the western U.S. in late 2015, and there's also some studies that we have to work on that one. So there's several big management issues that are going to be happening in the next 3 to 5 years that you can pay attention to. Missouri Basin United Drought Pilot is not quite the big decision, but I think that's one of those. Well, I was wondering if we've been talking about these decisions, and again, what I've had a hard time grasping is just the geography. And I think having a place to work or test these ideas is really helpful, and that's one of the things that the Southwest Climate Change Initiative did, to say, okay, we can't conquer everything in old Four Corners state, but let's choose some pilot landscape, and then we can dig deep into these different decision making. So, for example, in the Bear River, fish issue, and the Jemez in New Mexico is how to manage forests and fire and, you know, that kind of thing. Then you have something really to focus in on, and you can follow it over time. Whereas I have a hard time just trying to imagine all of what we've been talking about over all these states, and unless you have places to work, or maybe multiple, it's a network of areas where you're learning or applying and learning, and then you expand, perhaps. But I don't know if that's part of the vision or not, but it certainly helped me.
Sure.
Sure.
But, you know, to me, in looking at this decision space issue, what it seems to me is like finding maybe that's a subgroup, a work, you know, sort of a working group that we pull together of people who can actually start exploring how we actually approach this problem. You know, this is, you know, it's similar to what Bill was talking about before about the risk framing. We should have a risk framing, you know, working group. And to me, you know, sort of articulating what are some of the, with our interests and expertise, are there 2 or 3 working groups that we can kind of formulate to actually accelerate our progression in any of these areas, so that we can become more concrete either in geography or on topic, that can help, you know, us get our heads around these different problems. But to me, you know, sort of sub-working groups, you know, task leaders or theme leaders in this type of effort would be quite useful.
Yeah, I think one thing you could do with that is if you picked a family of decisions, and the question was, how do you build that capacity? Something like, somebody who knows BLM a little better than I do. BLM has a big thing coming up as well, too. It's just a bunch of the RMP stuff done all at the same time.
REAs,
well, the REA, no, it's something else besides the REA. There's REA, rapid eco-regional assessments are different. They're supposed to inform resource management.
Right.
They have an RMP cycle, and there might be a chunk of them that are done.
That's what's happening. There's a chunk of RMPs that are due in late 2014 or early 2015, because oddly it's just ahead of, just prior to the sage grouse listing decision, which will probably throw all of those up in the air again. But you could pick something like the RMPs for park plans or forest management plans, and possibly look at how to build adaptive capacity.
I like the framing of building adaptive capacity to the
thinking about it in that way is more targeted towards that interface into these kind of generic nebulous concept of adaptive capacity. We're really looking at that. Maybe words it's very helpful to ground it, I think.
And you're probably going to find that, I would guess, that the idea of going to a specific one and working through what that means in that situation is the way it'll have to be, because adaptive capacity, NEPA, there's so many constrictions on what you can do legally and what can be actually put into a decision and has to be justified in all of this. And so what that means, what adaptive capacity means in this situation is probably has to be worked out very carefully and in full cognizance of what the, what the actual decision maker is gonna find that thing is gonna.
But because you have them going on, kind of starting in different places, you
Yeah.
start where you were in year one.
Yeah.
I guess maybe just to go back to something Betsy said, I mean, I think this idea of place is really important. I've spent a lot of time on that topic in my career. And as we've, when we think about these decisions, we're also thinking about they're embedded, I guess the point of the place, they're always embedded in a set of interactions and multiple land ownership and tenure and all that. And so one of the values of taking that place-based approach and looking at these things is it forces you to look at those interactions, because none of these decisions are going to occur really in isolation to all these other interactions. And so one way we can do that is by doing some more these types of analyses in place and context, I guess, back to context. So anyway, I'll underscore that.
You and me and Corey now should do a comparison in that case.
Yeah, I agree. Corey and I have been talking about that. She should finish. She should focus on doing something like that.
I need to continue doing mine.
Well, she needs to finish her PhD. She needs to finish writing her dissertation. But yeah, we have been talking about that, and that would be good to compare as well. I was actually thinking about that. And within those, I was just thinking to myself, just in my Yampa White case, there are a couple different federal decision processes that I haven't explicitly looked at because I've so far been taking a broader look, but have been in kind of the back burner of my mind to do, which is there's a stretch of endangered fish in the Yampa River, and I've actually had several conversations with what's the guy's name that runs the Colorado Fish Recovery Program out of Denver, something. They're really interested in bringing some of this stuff in. And then I also had some conversations with the folks out at the BLM White Snake Field Office, because they've got some interesting wilderness designation issues going on and Wild and Scenic River stuff going on. And so those are just a few examples that might be sort of ripe for picking to explore a pilot with some of these that we're talking about.
So a question I wanted to throw to Jeff is, in the training component is being planned, and Geneva's on the phone too, so how do some of these concepts, especially with the socio-ecological framing of the type of activities, and especially going to implementation, as we look at these training efforts that we're planning for the North Central, can we eventually incorporate these into, sort of, as we get more solidly, sort of, we actually know what we're talking about in a year or so, that we can actually start developing new training programs to actually incorporate these type of thoughts and concepts. Because the special one, the scenario planning one is not really, you probably already far enough down the road where this would not be able to influence that one. But I'm thinking past that initial scenario planning or whatever that workshop is, that we can actually incorporate some of this effort into the further training.
Yeah, and I mentioned this a bit when you were gone, sort of talking about where I think we have the low-hanging fruit, or where we want to direct foundational science teams to help, and it's the funding, the proposals that we will select, and our interactions with them training. That John highlighted the differences between what MCTC is doing about scenario planning and what the Park Service does is sort of implementation of them. bit further along, and then CTC's trained on that like a 2,000 times now, so they've got a pretty good idea of that. I'm actually going to help the instructor as a vulnerability assessment that's done in August, and we're going to try to do a regional implementation of vulnerability assessment. I think the scenario planning, I'm not sure how that's going to unfold, but I think that we should, I really do want to think about, or I think we set up to be, somebody can go to a 3-day scenario planning workshop, and if they kind of get the bug to try to do one, we could try to help them put it on. Outside of the Park Service, which kind of has their own method to put it on, it doesn't really need our help, although I think we should interact with those.
So stepping back one level then, the vulnerability assessment one that they do at NCTC or will be doing here, I suspect it doesn't have the richness of the social ecological component that we're talking about.
I would agree with that, yes. And so that's what I was wondering is, maybe someone from this group should try to be at that one in August or a vulnerability assessment course if no one's taken one, to understand it, and then help us have a regional implementation. I think NCTC is open. They try to keep these things modular so that, if you think, if we're going to do one in Gunnison Basin, we would have, it's like a menu kind of a la carte type of thing. NCTC, we could say we've got 2.5 days and we actually want to have a human dimension module that we would maybe pilot with this group that NCTC could think about putting into their, or as a module they plug into their full-time curriculum. I think it's a really good idea to think, or at least, I think your point is well in line with the 5-year plan. Integrate with NCTC. Our social network, and it's not social network analysis, we kind of got people taking these NCTC classes. Our land managers are interested in understanding.
So is the one in August going to be in the region?
No, the one in August is in Shepherdstown.
Okay.
But then we're going to try to do one probably after October 1st in the region.
Okay.
And that might overlap with the proposals that were funded, or maybe do some type of that, some version of that in a region that would be geographically the same as where we might do funded work.
So let me then propose a product then is then having a small group scoping out for you what that sort of human dimension component of the vulnerability assessment training could look like.
I think that's great.
And this kind of, if there's enough people here willing to work on sort of putting together a little white paper saying these are the elements of this training that need to be incorporated. These are the people who would be willing to, give 2 days of their time in August and maybe again in October.
I think it would make sense to add vulnerability assessment or climate change training to focus there. Like NTT. I think
that's a really, tangible, doable thing that is near term that can help us actually get our heads around the practical aspects of this whole thing. Right?
Is there an online?
A lot of online information, course presentations and whatnot are on.
Like videos of them, or just
I don't think there are videos of the actual course, but the PowerPoints that are presented and stuff are up.
Okay, so there's enough there that we could assess and do sort of a gap.
Yeah, because I've given, different talks to that learning system. And so I know it's all ecologically oriented.
There was an explicit discussion, in production of scanning also not to include social self. But that was discussed in some considerable detail, and eventually the decision was that the National Wildlife Federation was going in that it was a lot better to reduce the scope and do a better job than to increase the scope and realize that it would be, that would really be a bigger undertaking than that people who were.
And they had the capacity to do. That reminds me actually of an interesting thing that came up during the Fish and Wildlife Service rapid vulnerability assessment presentation at Adaptation Forum, because I asked him, so it was,
Where that was going, that one?
yeah, NatureWise?
NatureServe.
Yeah, and I met two people. Which one was the one that was on our session?
Pat Chris and
Pat Chris, that's who gave it.
I
I thought the other one was in our
Pat Comer was in our session, Pat Chris gave the seminar, but anyways, I asked him if and how, and if not, why not, the social dimensions were included in their vulnerability assessment. He said that they, explicitly asked that it not be in there because they felt like, it would get, I think they said something like they felt like it was already part of the NEPA process. And so they made a conscious decision to sort of keep it out of this vulnerability assessment. So I have to look at my notes and see exactly how he worded it. But it had something to do with an explicit decision was made and the Fish and Wildlife Service asked us not to put the social components in there because they see this as an outside thing and it's really wrapped up in the NEPA process.
I think that's a distraction conversation, but I could discuss that with you if you want.
It is a distraction, but I meant to say it earlier because it gets to the issue of, you know, sort of why or why not these social issues are in these sort of guidance documents and frameworks, and that sometimes there are explicit reasons.
Sometimes those are good reasons, and sometimes they're kind of quirky.
Exactly.
Good excuses and good reasons.
Yeah, yeah. It sounds like I've heard that kind of thinking.
Right.
Especially to do impact, social impact assessment.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I meant to mention that earlier.
Dump it into the NEPA process.
Right. So, Stuart came back. Did you want to share what you shared with me earlier?
Yeah, it had to do with the funding issue and the discussion and how it's so difficult to get the social or the outreach funded. And, you know, I was invited to participate in the Colorado School of Mines project with Jessica Clemons, who had been with the CFRI, and she left CSU, and Tony Chang came back as the director of that. And she recommended that I take over the social science component to really help Colorado School of Mines communicate the science that they're doing, and looking at mortality issues and metallic and stream flows from pine beetle trees and what that means for water quality and water supply. And attended the NSF PI meeting in DC. This was about 3-4 weeks ago. And it's the second round of people funded on the category 2, which is a $3 and $5 million project. This one that I'm part of is a little less. And it was required that there be a social science piece by the Water Sustainability and Climate Program with NSF. And it was being done in 2 ways. So that whole social science piece is why the Colorado School of Mines is teaming up with CSU got the project. So NSF is requiring that. They're requiring all the projects that were funded to share data, and that data becomes public domain, to be linked up and to figure out how that their projects can be communicated and presented in a way that other entities can use that. So, and I just kind of felt some of the frustration in the project proposals that you were writing. In this case, it's required. Now, how it's carried out is different between different projects. Some projects that we're reporting, I saw that it was just like, we have to do this, so here's our token social. Other projects that purely integrated from beginning to end, and that's what I'm trying to do with this project, and we're in the first 6 months of it. It's a 5-year project. So I think there is this expectation now that social science is incorporated more, so I know there's a frustration with it, but it's worth looking at. And I can't say the duration of the WSC project, but I think a lot of I would see that as a program source with NSF that this group should be looking to apply for in their next round. Be coming up with the next 6 to 8 months. But that's what I wanted to share. And then the second is they had someone from NSF come in that was really sort of talking with the scientists on how to communicate science and how you got to reduce it to quick and rapid through, you know, social media and the tweets and these long-term reports and technical scientific jargon. It's just not going to work with the nation's public. So they even gave us a handout. I've got it in here on how to be able to communicate in today's realm your science that's going on. Of course, scientists don't like to hear that. But if it's going to be noted, it's got to be in such a way that the public can pick it up that you can tweet about it. One one-sentence statements that tells what the project's about. Otherwise, no one's gonna read it. You know, and so the changing nature, but that just shows that much more reason why the social science component is so important.
But you said to me earlier when we were talking about the Water Sustainability Climate Initiative, or the funding mechanism, that it actually was written as more sort of an education and outreach.
Yes, K-12, citizen, and everything that Dan's been talking about, place-based science education, that's what we have to do. There's no choice, we have to do it. And one mechanism
But that's what I'm trying to get at, is it actually they're asking for social science, or are they asking for education and outreach?
It's education and outreach with the social science.
Okay, because I think you...
The social science helping to do that.
Right.
Yeah, is that making sense?
Yeah, because what I was saying is, in my experience with the Water Sustainability Climate, is that at least as of the last funding cycle, they were really only funding physical projects. They weren't really, even though it had a lot of language in there about sustainability and, you know, stakeholders and all that stuff, what they really were funding at the end of the day were all pretty much very biophysical projects. So one of two things: either it's evolving as a program and they actually are looking, you know, they are getting better proposals and they're getting better reviewers to review those proposals, because that's a lot of the problem, is that it's mostly biophysical program managers who are on that cross programmatic committee, and then their reviewers end up being biophysical reviewers. So maybe that process is getting more social science into it. But then you also made it sound like it's sort of, you frame it as education and outreach, but then you really do, if you have the right sort of team, you actually, then that enables you to be able to do what you want to do, but you still kind of have to frame it as very physical science oriented, and the social is much more about education and outreach, but then you can kind of take the money and do the social science once you get it.
Yeah, and I think the way you couch it, that's in essence what's going on, at least from what I can see.
Yeah, and I think that's an important insight, because, you know, as I was talking before about trying to get the social science into, like, these NASA proposals and stuff, I mean, are they really going to want to fund that stuff? And maybe it's, you know, we have to just think about how we frame it, but then what we really want to do is bring the more social science in, but maybe it's framed as more of a, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, we'll see what they say when we get their reviews back, but
I think it's all about framing. In this particular case, the biophysical sciences has to come out, but it's that the social science component, whether it's couched as outreach, is necessary to give that credence on how that's going to be portrayed out to the
stakeholders.
Right, and in my case, it's water suppliers and water users.
Is it really STEM focused, though, in terms of what the outreach part is, the science, technology, education, and engineering, and math education? Is that how they frame it in terms of education outreach, or is it a broader stakeholder?
I think it's broader stakeholder. And in the case of Project Home.
There is a proposal deadline for water sustainability and climate, September 10, 2013. Later this year.
Okay, let's start working on it.
The SDS proposal deadline is the first quarter.
So water sustainability climate is what again, Lisa?
September 10th.
And SDS, it's NSF, SDS, right? And what's that one?
And what I could do is at least share from our proposal what made it successful.
That'd be great.
Which would help some insight from it. And frankly, because I didn't help write that, I came in because Jessica actually wrote that together with John Stednick, who's a watershed science person. And I was frankly surprised at sort of the simplicity of it.
Really?
It really demystified my thought of NSF proposal.
The simplicity of the social science component of this.
What about do we know anything about the next STARP deadline, Lisa?
I don't know.
Do they even know?
It's typically in August, but I don't know this year. Anybody else know?
Well, the last several years, the letters and have been due in like late May or early.
Right, with the full proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet, though. I think it's been...
Is it because they're kind of on stall because of the whole budget?
It could be, but they also haven't even decided on the last round of what was submitted. I mean, they're still reviewing proposals, so they probably are behind right now.
Well, also,
bogged down administrative work.
So proposals are usually due in August, is that what you said?
They have been, yeah.
They usually take a week and a bit.
Of course.
So they only get the people who are truly committed, hardcore.
People with no life, let's put it that way.
So, we are due at Cafe Vino soon.
I think Cafe Vino's waiting for it.
Wait.
Oh, Colorado School.
Yeah, they're calling us. Was there anything else? So, I just want to say thank you all again, because I know you're all very busy people, and we do not take it lightly that you spent an entire day with us here today. So, very, very appreciative. And thanks to Dennis and Jeff for making this happen, and Mary for making food and parking happen, and Rudy and Nina for helping organize the workshop, and it's been fun.
A timeline of when we'll get material back out to the working group?
Is there?
Well, it'd be good to set us up that by midweek, end of next week, that we actually get
Okay,
out.
I'll get that out while I'm reviewing all the proposals that are in. We'll talk about it. Well, I'll get back to you guys.
Geneva's sending us her notes already, so we have those. So we just compile them. It may not be pretty, but at least getting it out there so it's still fresh in our minds, so people can respond back about what I forgot about this. So this is what I meant here.
Is someone going to help me with that?
Sure. I mean, I think we got.
What about the note taker types? Are they available?
Yeah.
Geneva? Are you still on the phone?
She has, well, like I said, we have Geneva's notes from this morning already, and then we have Mary's notes, and just compile and see what we got.
Okay, I'll just send you guys all the pictures of the stuff.
Definitely some sort of scanning software to turn it into beautiful words.
Yeah. Huh?
Okay. So let's make sure we have it all and not lose it. And then I think
the pictures of the fruit.
Well, we have these, because these are paper,
so anyways.
And I already finished them before. Yeah.
Does everyone know where Cafe Vino is?
Can everyone help us out in getting out of here too, and just make sure all your trash is away, and there's a recycling bin out in this little elevator hall out here. Recycle your bottles, and we have to leave it exactly as we found it.
Okay.
Hey, Dennis.
Oh.
Yes.
Hey, I'm sending an updated file.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
That's great.
Yep, thank you guys. Have fun.
All right, we'll drink one to you.
Okay, take care, bye.
We're talking to.
One
Oh, I got it.
meeting, and it erased everything. And that was really bad, because it was an interview situation, and it erased everything. So I've been careful now to sync it and try to save it and all of that. But I like it. I mean, it's a good, I do sometimes. I mean, it depends